just thought to take a little time out to thank the Lord.
Yeah. Thank you, Lord, for season 6. Thank you. Who would have thought a podcast could be a gift, really? That pressing B could spiritually uplift and simultaneously give a Pharisee fits. All in all, you the one controlling it, so the Lord is my shepherd, I can't go schizo. This new pot life is like a skit, though. A lot of people swinging, I didn't even throw a pitch, though. Forehead is flint, what I'ma flinch for? Nothing. We all gon' repent for what we did, so I'ma keep it moving. Ain't no stripper or no cussing gonna ruin what we doing. We are dwelling in communion. Assignment is different. Dwellers get the sentiment. Vulnerability's my superpower. How many feeling it? Thank you, Lord, for this influence. Without you, influence just don't make sense. Nah. Welcome to the basement, ladies and gentlemen. I am your host, Tim Ross. I hope you are all doing well. I love you. I'm so grateful that we get to press B together and come down to a safe space and just vibe out. You know what I mean? Share, cross-pollinate, do all the things, meditate, pontificate, if you will. I got syllables for days. Listen, I'm so excited about my guest today. I am thrilled to have a conversation with this person. And I think you all are going to be so blessed by this conversation. This individual is a singer, a songwriter. She has the voice of what I will say right now is just hers. People have tried to compare it to Nina Simone. They've tried to compare it to Tracy Chapman. They've tried to compare it. And I just think we should stop comparing people and just say, can they just let them live real quick? Can they just be them? She has infused folk, jazz, gospel, classical, into this delicious blend that is all your own. And so she has an undeniable gift, one that was recognized by Rock Nation and one that could not be ignored. And so Rock Nation signed her as their artist. But you're going to find out that there's way more to her than that. So I want to present to some and introduce to others the one and only, not to be compared to anyone else. Victory Boyd is in the basement, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go! Yes! So grateful you are here.
Oh, thank you, Tim. Thanks for having me.
I'm so happy you're here.
I'm happy to be here.
Are you serious?
I am.
I'm grateful.
I am.
I'm so grateful.
Yeah, me too.
So, my wife heard you because she came to your concert in Dallas.
Yeah.
And she came home and she was trying to describe you in the way I think a lot of people have been trying to describe you and your voice. She came home and she said, this is like, babe, all right, imagine if like Nora Jones and Adele got together and like created a voice baby. This was her. But then she was singing gospel too. She was like, so imagine this song sung as a gospel song, but in this voice, but it's a Nora Jones and it's Adele. And I said, okay, baby, I can't wait to hear. And before I knew it, I heard it, and I can't disagree. I cannot disagree with I can't disagree with everybody trying to pinpoint and locate. Yeah. But at the same time, I am like refreshed by the individuality of it and the uniqueness of it.
Yeah.
So how has that been for you?
That's a great question. I remember I wrote the second song I ever wrote in my life.
Yeah.
And I worked really hard on it. And I sang it for this woman who was going through a hard time. And she started crying as I sang it for her. And the first thing she said when I finished is like, "You sound like Adele."
She didn't even say thank you.
And I said, "Who's that?" Because at the time, Adele didn't break in America.
Got you.
So it was like 2011, 2011.
Wow.
And this woman, she was from Germany, but
Yeah.
happened to be
Oh, wow.
in the States. So
Yeah.
in Europe,
Yeah.
Adele was huge,
Yeah,
but
for
in
sure.
America, she wasn't
Yeah,
yet.
absolutely.
And so she's like, I was like, "Who's that?" And then I had no frame of reference to possibly emulate this person.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then she was like, "I have to show you who Adele is." So she took me to her car and played Set Fire to the Rain.
Wow.
And I was like, "That's nice."
This is good. That woman might have a future.
Yeah. So, I mean, that was my introduction to Adele.
Wow.
And so after that, you know, it kind of created something in my heart where it's like, I'm trying to establish myself as an OG.
Yeah, for sure.
Like,
Absolutely.
I'm walking in the footsteps of iconic Black female vocalists.
Yep.
Black American female vocalists.
Yep.
You know, Ella Fitzgerald, Billie Holiday,
Yep.
Etta James.
Yep.
You know, like the Sarah Vaughan.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it's not like, because nowadays most Black American female vocalists are in the fashion of, you know, Mariah Carey, Beyonce,
Right.
you know,
Yeah.
TLC
Yeah.
or hip hop.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
more like,
Yeah.
you know, in the fashion of Miss Lauryn Hill.
Yeah,
Or,
for sure.
You know,
Absolutely.
but there's not a lot of like rich
Yeah.
tone.
Yeah.
Just, it's not about how many runs I can do. It's
Right.
just my tone.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
you know, and so you see more of that amongst white women
Yeah.
today. And so it's like people,
Interesting.
yeah. And so people would more so correlate me, "Oh, I'm trying to sound folk or white," and it's like, I'm just being, you know, a girl from Detroit.
Right.
You know,
right.
like this is, I mean, Aretha Franklin, my favorite album of all time is Aretha Franklin's Amazing Grace album.
Wow.
You know, and like, I grew up emulating Ella Fitzgerald, but when I read Adele's story, she's emulating these same artists.
Facts.
Etta James.
Facts.
Like,
Facts.
you know, all the things.
Yeah.
And so,
This wasn't like a splinter cell that
No,
just
right.
all of a sudden grabbed it out of nowhere.
right, like it didn't originate from Europe.
Facts.
You know what I mean? But I mean, it's it. But at the same time, you know, it's like, I love Adele. You know, I was asked to learn an Adele song and sing it for Adele.
Oh, okay. This is what? Where they do that at?
And I did it. And I said to myself, like, put aside every form of like inner, I don't know, reasonings for, oh, well, I'm like,
Right.
that's not and I'm the, like, all
Yeah,
that
yeah,
kind of
yeah,
stuff. Like,
yeah, yeah.
set it aside.
Yeah.
You have an opportunity to touch the heart of someone who touches the hearts of billions of people. And use that opportunity wisely. You know, what you say, let it be sincere and let it be impactful unto her, unto, I want to say salvation, but when I say salvation, it doesn't mean like in a religious way as much as it means like in a wellness, you know, because you can, your words can like break off depression and, you know, and someone of that stature, you better believe like every spirit is vying to have dominance and a presence in their life.
Absolutely
and it's
correct.
like, I can be a representative of the Spirit of God who also wants a presence in her life. And not only that, like what he did just to have her, just to be like there's no spirit more worthy than my spirit.
Absolutely
and
correct.
because of what I did,
Yeah, absolutely.
you know,
Yeah, absolutely.
to because of love for you.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, I mean, and even if you never sold another record or never sang another song,
Right.
like it wasn't for that.
Right.
It was like that wouldn't have been worthy of my sacrifice.
That's right.
Just you.
That's right.
You know what I
Absolutely
mean? And so
correct.
it's like, so my goal was just like, I'm gonna sing her song in the most respectful way. With like, I don't like, my heart was like, cause like you could, I'm a sure I could sing it. Like, you know what I mean? It's like,
I'm about to make it mine. I'm gonna snatch it back. I'm gonna make you forget you made this song.
you know what I mean? Like, I just wanted to like have a sincere posture of love and like make a moment that she won't forget. And the reason being because the presence of God.
Yeah,
You know
for
what I
sure.
mean?
Absolutely
And
correct.
so like, yeah. And then I wrote her a letter. And that letter just was articulating how important she is, and not because of her stature and all
Right.
of these things, but
Right.
like, you know, her learning how to shine. The words were like, I remember a big theme of my letter was like, she found the grace to shine, you know, through all the things, all the darkness.
Yeah, for sure.
And like, keep shining.
Oh, that's beautiful.
You know, that was the thing.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So, as I'm sitting here listening to you, Victory, I am like very compelled, like by your thoughtfulness, and there is I experience you as a very deep well. Like you're drawing from a deep place.
Yeah.
You're not drawing from a shallow place. And I'm thinking about this music you were exposed to as a child. And how does a little girl wind up magnetized, for lack of a better word, to Etta and Aretha and Nina
Yeah.
and like, and not you know, Spice Girls and you know, Mariah Carey.
Yeah.
And how does that happen? Like what
Yeah.
what made that? Because it's one thing to hear it playing in the house.
Yeah.
It's one thing to be in Detroit, Motor City. A lot of great music.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Emanating from there. It's one thing to hear it. It's another thing to listen. Right?
Yeah.
Like listening, that's an active participatory
Yeah.
exercise. That's not
Yeah.
like I hear a bunch. I also drowned it out. Like, you know what I mean? I ignored that cup falling in the kitchen while you were talking, right? Like so I could focus. But I heard it.
Yeah.
But like actively listening. So how did you wind up gravitating to these voices and that music and those experiences? Because for a little girl to like be listening and taking in people's music that had so much depth to it, and those were some weighty pens.
Oh yeah.
That wrote that music. This wasn't like what's gonna sell.
Yeah. No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is like I meant every word.
Right. I've been to hell and back.
Exactly. Before I sung the note, I wrote this word and I meant it. Right? And you can't change it. I don't care if it rhymes. Right? I will hold the note longer until it doesn't matter.
Right.
So where does that come from? Where did that come from?
Yeah.
For you?
Yeah. Well, context, I grew up in Detroit, strict Christian household.
Okay.
8 siblings.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes.
And, the context, Detroit in the 90s, there's no real room to just be like, oh, it's not that serious. You can just live your life and be free. So many kids got ensnared in gangs, drugs, shot on the street, and so our parents were like, and I find this is the case in Detroit. You're one of two extremes.
Okay.
Like you either were in church every day, no Halloween, hallelujah nights, like all the
trunk or treat.
Exactly. Like it's just
yeah, absolutely.
we don't listen to certain music.
Absolutely.
It's not out of religion. It's out of, you see the cost.
Yeah, it's a safeguarding. Yes.
We can't afford
absolutely.
for the kids to be intoxicated. Like we were homeschooled.
Right.
We were like all the things.
Yeah.
And then the other extreme is like kids just conditioned by their environment, by the surrounding, by what is automatically on TV and what's automatically playing. What and so
yes, very true.
Yeah, and so our parents, we were listening to the latest gospel music. I very much grew up. My biggest stars were like Mary, Kirk Franklin, and Fred Hammond, and all of that.
Oh yeah, Fred had to be in there.
Oh yeah,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so that was like growing up, but then also with our parents being music educators, they didn't only expose us to gospel, they also exposed us to like classical,
that's beautiful,
jazz, and soul music, from like their generation.
Yeah, absolutely. So
it was like a lot of like, we just Marvin Gaye's "What's Going On" album was a big album in our family.
Yeah.
Or like just Earth, Wind and Fire.
Yes.
And like, all of these different artists. We would listen to Ella Fitzgerald and Billie Holiday. And one thing is I would always try and sing like my favorite artists, which were Mary and, CeCe Winans. And I couldn't, no matter how hard I tried. I just didn't have that voice type. But I would still try. But I had something where I could emulate different sounds. So like I would emulate Donnie McClurkin. And it would sound so silly, like just I speak life, you gonna live, oh my brother, my sister. Like I would just emulate.
I think you channeled him just now. I'm scared. Wow.
Yeah, like I could do different sounds.
Yeah.
And so I just couldn't do the black gospel
Yeah.
dynamic. Like that was one sound I couldn't emulate, but
Yeah.
I could do so many. I could do like I would emulate trumpets because we listened to a lot of jazz. Like one day I was emulating Ella Fitzgerald, and I just loved emulating her.
Wow.
And my dad caught me in my tracks and was like, "Victory, stop. That's your real voice right there. You need to sing like that all the time. You need to sing." Because sometimes when he would catch me emulating something, he would make me do it on stage because we were always performing as a family.
Yeah.
So he heard me emulating a trumpet, and he made me, from then on, I would do trumpet solo.
And now my daughter, Victory.
Exactly. No, it would be so funny. I mean, like, and people would be like, "What?"
Wow.
So then I was like, "Oh no, I'm gonna be up there, like, singing jazz, like scatting, like." And I was a joke for me. I was a kid, like joking, like.
This is crazy, fam. I promise you, I am like having the time of my life with this story. I don't want to stop it. Please continue. This is like fascinating to me.
Yeah. So then after that, I tried to like dodge this concept of being like seriously emulating, because I was playing.
Yeah.
Like seriously playing.
Yeah, for
on
sure.
stage in front of people.
Yeah, for sure. It's so funny.
But then I started to recognize that I could easily hit those tones and nail them.
Yep.
You know, like maybe don't play, but like take the way that I'm phrasing certain tones when I'm emulating her and like lean into it and round it out some.
Yeah.
You know, and like just make it saucy, like like just a rich buttery tone, like lean into that. And so I started to like embody that as my sound, and it's okay that I don't do a lot of runs, because that's not where the like that's not the gold for me. The gold for me is just the simple, patient, quality, pure tone. Like, and I started to recognize what artists really did that well. Roberta Flack, huge. She'll just sing a straight tone, strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his song. Like, just, and that's it. It's enough. Like, hello, good to see you. Thanks for having me.
What's up, pretty?
Oh. Oh well, we went through
She's walking.
the catalog already.
She's walking us through it right now. Come, babe. Babe, you're not dressed. Don't say that, because you are. That would be weird. I want my kiss. I love you.
It took a long time.
It's okay. Can you? What is that on? 74. Okay. Is it coming down to 74? Maybe it's my chai.
It
feels
fine.
good.
And normally I'm hot.
Okay.
I feel great.
Maybe it's just okay. We're good. Yes. Thank you, baby.
Oh, thanks for having me. Thanks for coming and making the appearance.
Yo, that is a. All right, I want to say something before you go on.
Yeah.
Give her a hug since I'm here.
Yeah, no worries. So
good to see you.
Honey, we'll talk soon.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
I want to talk about the simplicity,
Yeah.
because I was in ministry for 27 and a half years before this pivot to podcasting. And I have always had a an internal North Star when it came to communicating the gospel.
Yeah.
And that is that I wanted to be simplistically profound.
Yeah. That's it.
Those are my two words.
Yeah.
I want to be, as a communicator, simplistically profound.
Wow.
So growing up around preachers
Yeah, yeah.
who were, acrobats
Yeah, yeah.
oratorically.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? Incredibly verbose, like
Yeah.
their command of the English language,
Right.
and these $15 words,
Yeah.
and their ability to like find obscure truths and like stuff no one's ever dug up. And I'm over here like, he bled and he died.
Yeah.
Right? And like
Yeah.
making what is simple profound.
Yeah.
As opposed to like, I'm gonna try to find a Greek word no one's ever looked up. I'm gonna try to find a Hebrew word. I love all the nerdy stuff.
Yeah.
I refer to it as, I love scuba diving. But if I can't bring it back up to the surface, somebody's gonna drown.
Yeah.
Because not everybody has the body or the
Right.
nerves to put a tank on their back
Right.
and go deep.
Right.
So I don't mind you going deep, but if you can't bring it back up to the surface. And so as you were talking just now about just hitting these notes,
Yeah.
not running the note into the ground, not right, but just the simplistic, profound way
Yeah.
you can sing a song
Yeah.
became the aha for you.
Yeah. Exactly.
Dang,
It has a lot to do with
so good.
Identity as well. Many times people don't feel as if they are enough, and they need to add a lot so that they can be good enough. and they feel yeah. I can tell a lot about a person's confidence about themselves based off of the choices that they're making vocally. And you know what I mean? Because sometimes you can tell, oh, that was a necessary thing to do in order to effectively paint that picture.
Yep.
So that's why you went there.
Yeah, for sure.
Other times it's like, whoa, where'd that note come from? I mean, it's big, it's grandiose, it's out of nowhere.
And it's unnecessary.
And it's unnecessary. But it made you feel good about yourself.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And what if you could feel acceptant and good about yourself in a whisper? It's like in a silence, in a pause. It's like I'm standing in front of tens of thousands of people and I'm just standing.
Noah, please go get my Bible. It's in my backpack in the room. Girl, you are.
You got a word. You got a word. I know you got one.
Woo! You blessing me right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another thing, as I got older, I've realized that, I'm learning this concept now. Like there are two sides of everything physical that we see. Yep. There's a spiritual side of it too.
Absolutely.
It's like there's spiritual properties behind everything. And
Absolutely.
So it's like an equation. If you see the positive side of the equation and then there's like the negative side, or like a tree like has the roots that you can't see, and that's that part. And then and so it's like there's the physical aspect of the sound, but then there's the spiritual properties that are behind the sound.
Yeah. What's influencing it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And like like there's a scripture, I think it's in, I forget where, in Jeremiah somewhere. But
Okay.
basically it says Jehovah is my song. Like imagine God himself being your song. It takes the weight off of how much I have to do in the physical, because the spiritual properties behind the song is God himself. So it's like, even if I just have a like, it's like, but God is coming through it. So it's like, it's, you don't have to do a lot. You don't have to work a lot to make a huge impact, because the impact is in the spirit.
That's where the roots are.
Exactly. But, you know, these are things I'm like, I didn't know that at.
Right, absolutely.
At
yeah,
17.
yeah. Okay. Well, all right, so this is 1 Kings 19. Elijah has had this crazy competition with 450 prophets of Baal.
Yes.
And then Jezebel writes him a letter and he runs for his life, right? So he runs to a place that he wasn't even supposed to be. Like he went to a place seeking refuge. And when he got there, God said, "What are you doing here?" Like, I never wanted you to be here.
Yeah.
Which is a whole nother thing that I won't get into. But when he gets up there, this is second half of 9 going forward in chapter 19. But the Lord said to him, "What are you doing here, Elijah?" Elijah replied, "I have zealously served the Lord God Almighty, but the people of Israel have broken their covenant with you, torn down your altars, and killed every one of your prophets. I am the only one left, and now they're trying to kill me too. Go out and stand before me on the mountain," the Lord told him. And as Elijah stood there, the Lord passed by. A mighty windstorm hit the mountain. It was such a terrible blast that the rocks were torn loose, but the Lord was not in the wind. After the wind, there was an earthquake, but the Lord was not in the earthquake. And after the earthquake, there was a fire, but the Lord was not in the fire. This is where earth, wind, and fire came from.
Come on.
And after the fire, there was the sound of a gentle whisper.
Yeah. There we go.
When Elijah heard it,
Yeah.
not the wind,
Nope.
not the earthquake, not the fire. When he heard the whisper,
Yeah.
he wrapped his face in his cloak and went out and stood at the entrance of the cave. And the voice said, once again, "What are you doing here, Elijah?" Whispers are powerful.
Yeah.
And I believe the earth, wind, and the fire came first to show how drastic the whisper is in comparison to
Yeah.
all of this.
Yeah.
When you talk about enduring voices, there's a reason why Ella is iconic.
Yeah.
Nina is iconic. These are first names, right? They don't need a last name. You say Sarah doesn't need you don't have to say her last name. All right. If you know who you're talking about, you know who this is. But that voice, that tone, that expression, it didn't need a chaser.
Yeah.
It didn't need to gain attention.
No.
Which is why they could just sing it.
Yeah.
That's just,
Yeah.
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 That's juicy.
And thank you for that. That was actually when I was young, trying to find how I categorize my voice. I felt that the Lord was impressing on my heart that I'm not gonna be the roar, you know.
You're the whisper.
I'm like, yeah, I'm that representation of his voice.
Yes.
And I have since grown into a power.
Yeah.
Like a vibrato. Like
Yeah.
in my late 20s, you know.
Yeah.
But at the time it's like I'm like 20 years old, 19 years old. And leaning, accepting that, oh, God is also in the whisper.
He is.
And sometimes he's only in the whisper. You know what I mean? And so it's not something to be insecure about, but something to rather embrace and lean into and find the unique things that can be done with a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
I want to, this wasn't insignificant to me. When you said that your father validated and affirmed that sound, that was not lost on me.
Oh yeah, no.
Like that is, I think that's an extravagant gift.
Yeah.
For your dad to go. That's it right there. Like even though you don't even agree right now, right?
Exactly.
Like you don't even want to do this right now, but I'm telling you, that's it right there. Like that's a beautiful gift to receive from a father.
Yeah.
I just that just wasn't lost on me. I just needed to say that. Kudos to your dad.
Oh yeah.
That talk about attunement with your kids.
Yeah.
They're not just growing up in the house willy-nilly. You got 8 of them. And you noticed her voice? You noticed when it matched?
Yeah.
Oh, that was, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's dad goals for me.
My dad trained us all in singing.
Wow.
Yeah, so all my siblings sing. And so in Detroit, we had the Boys and Girls Choirs of Detroit, which was patterned after the Boys and Girls Choirs of Harlem. And our parents founded the Detroit choir, these Detroit choirs.
Wow.
And so I was 4 years old when I joined the choir. And
yeah, you didn't have a choice. Yeah, this was the family business for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so we very much have, this story of, you look at certain families where music was their livelihood, like the Jacksons or even the Carpenters or was the Osmond?
Yeah.
The Osmond family.
Donnie and Marie.
Yeah, Donnie and Marie.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
there were 9 of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
There were 9 of the Jacksons. There are 9 of us. Like,
Yeah.
Like these American families with these fathers that had this vision, of taking their family, training their family, not only to survive but to exist at the highest levels of excellence.
Yeah, for sure.
So we have that same story.
So another thing I want to give kudos to your parents on is being very, very clear on the type of home this is, right? This is a Christian home. This is a strict Christian home. This is the environment you're being raised in. As for me and my house, that was kind of the mentality, right?
Yeah.
But that they didn't sequester soul music, classical music.
Yeah.
Because I grew up around a lot of Christian, because we came from a strict family, Christian family as well. And I tell people that I was publicly homeschooled. So I went to school every day, but when I came home in the evening, my mom was like, "What did you learn?" That ain't it, baby. So here's what this is. Like, especially around social studies and history and all that kind of stuff. What did you learn? All right, now let me tell you the truth. So I was like, okay, Mom. And I'm grateful for that. But so many of the church kids I knew, anything that wasn't gospel music was sinful. Which I think is like an egregious error.
Yeah.
Because how is Dizzy Gillespie gonna make me bust hell open? Like you know what I mean? Like how is Sarah Vaughan, any song from Ella Fitzgerald, gonna make me like compromise my faith in Jesus?
Right.
This is just a different genre, but it wasn't like I was listening to 12 Play by R. Kelly, right? Which should be banned in hindsight, right? So like I'm I'm so happy that your parents kind of like opened up music to you and not
Yeah.
just one genre where you had to sneak and go listen to.
Right,
You know what I
right.
mean? Other compositions and other sounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me, it's a form of humility when you embrace other forms of expression than what you are comfortable or accustomed to.
It's really,
You're listening and valuing the way that this other person who has this extremely different view on life or set of circumstances in life, how they express themselves, and you mix it. You listen and humbly position yourself to receive from all of these different eras
Yeah.
and genres
Yeah.
and life experiences, and from there you're in a superior position to then express yourself because of how much you listened.
yeah.
You know what I mean? And I always say that, you know, you can hear pride in a lot of music because that's so one dimensional. And a lot of Christian music too. You know what I mean? Like, you did not see beauty in any other like, this sounds like you only gleaned from one place, and you didn't take the time to value and listen, like receive and internalize other forms of expression. And that's why it's so one dimensional. It's just, you know, for me, it's like my music has a vast scope of sounds that you might hear from all different eras
Yep.
and generations, as well as styles, because there's so many ways you can
Yeah,
interchange
absolutely.
it. I mean, you
Yeah,
can
absolutely.
take a cadence
Yeah.
from Latin culture,
Yeah.
and then take the way you craft the lyrics from urban. And I mean, there are many reasons why Christians would not like an artist like Lil Nas X.
Yeah.
But I think there's a great lesson to learn in what he did infusing trap
Yeah.
and country.
Yep. Absolutely correct.
You know, because most country people don't have the humility to glean anything from trap. And most trap people don't have the humility to glean anything from country. But here's somebody who saw the beauty in both.
Yeah.
And that's what
Yeah.
shook the world.
Absolutely correct.
You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
it's like, even in the Christian world, there's not a lot of humility amongst the CCM or white Christians, and there's not a lot of humility amongst the gospel and black Christians. It's like, this is ours and we're defending ours, and this is ours and we're defending ours. And it's like, you hear the lack of humility in the sound. You know what I mean? It's like, it would be, there's so much beauty in each of them,
Yeah.
each expression, each art form.
Yeah.
And if I'm trying, because the Lord exalts the humble.
Yeah, he does. Absolutely correct.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, I want to listen and find everything that's beautiful about you,
Yeah.
and sit down with the pen and learn.
So, I have never in my life considered the lack of humility as a reason for staunch sounds. I've just never even thought about it. And as you're talking, like, my brain is like exploding because I'm thinking about all the pride I've heard in my life.
Yeah.
Like, I'm literally going through like a little trot down memory lane, and I'm like, that was pride. That was. And here is the reasoning I've heard
Yeah.
throughout my life. We are consecrated. We are sanctified. We are set apart.
Yeah.
And I'm going, and I'm listening to all this as you're talking, Victory, and I'm like, Solomon didn't get all that wood for the temple from Israel. The gold that Israel had going into the promised land was from Egypt.
Yeah.
So was the inspiration for a lot of their laws. So this whole consecration thing, we have the rights on revelation. We have the rights on sound. And if it's not this sound, then you have compromised your faith. And if it's not this tone and if it's not this way, that is pride.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about Paul walking through different cities and quoting their philosophers.
Yeah.
He's quoting the Greek philosophers and going, hey, bro, your own philosophers say this, this, and this.
Yeah.
I can tell you who they're actually. I see you have a monument over here to the unknown God.
Right.
I actually know who that one is.
Right.
I'm not here to diss Zeus. I'm not here to diss Diana. I'm just saying you have one with a question mark. I know who that one is.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
The phrase Jesus is Lord
Yeah.
is not some made up phrase from believers in Jesus.
Yeah.
It was stolen from Rome. Caesar is Lord. That's the actual declaration.
Wow.
Every Caesar was considered a god, a Lord.
Wow.
And literally, Paul looks at what is the height of your culture,
And put Jesus.
and I'm just replacing with Jesus. What we would say in our modern day walk is you've compromised the faith. You've diluted the gospel. Look how you've used it. Look where you've taken it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now we see people in highways, byways, bushes, and hedges, and we say, how dare you find yourself there? The gospel's not supposed to be over there with those people. And Jesus literally said, go out into the whole world and make disciples.
Yeah.
But we get very, very uncomfortable, and where there is pride, there will always be a restriction that has been imposed.
Yeah.
That he never said was imposed.
Right. But that's why you see a clear difference in Peter versus Paul.
Correct.
You know,
Absolutely correct.
because Paul, you know, was better positioned to embrace humility than
That's
Peter.
right. That's right.
You know,
Yeah.
Paul had no reason that he should have been saved.
At all. He was on his way to murder
Exactly.
believers in Jesus.
And so he's just like, if I,
Yeah.
then surely they.
Yeah,
They just
exactly.
don't know, but
Yeah.
we can figure out
Yeah.
how to help them.
Yeah, absolutely.
But whereas Peter's like, they eating pork. They
Yeah.
eating, like,
Yeah.
I don't see how that could be.
Yeah.
I just don't see how they could be saved.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
you know, like, and so Paul just had this like conviction that everybody can be saved.
Everybody can get it.
If I can.
Listen, I tell people get wildly uncomfortable with the way I say certain things, but I mean the way I say certain things for a reason. Okay, what I tell people is that the gospel is promiscuous because it will get with anybody. That's promiscuity at its finest. It's the gospel, right? It has no inhibitions to who it would go to. Crackhead, corporate America C-suite. You can get it, right? Billionaire, broke, busted, and disgusted. You can get it, right? Married or meth head. You can get it. Like it goes, it gives anybody an opportunity
Yeah.
to receive it. It don't care about your background. It doesn't care about your religious affiliation. It doesn't care about your orientations. It will say, I volunteer. I will get with you.
Yeah.
That's the height. If there was going to be an elevation to promiscuity at all,
Right.
that's it. And we put limitations on where the gospel goes based on our pride.
Yeah. Yeah.
We don't believe you deserve it.
Yeah.
And so we turn ourselves into Jonah.
Yeah.
Why should we go to Nineveh? I don't even want it to go over there because they might even get saved. Right? Don't even preach the gospel to Lil Nas X, because what if he actually receives it?
Right.
That's too complicated. Let's not give the gospel to a transgender, because what if they actually receive it?
Yeah. And now they're coming over here with us.
Right?
And it's like, how do we reconcile this?
How do
It's
we
like,
reconcile it all after they've said Jesus is Lord to the glory of God, right? And God raised him from the dead. So for me, I'm just like, and I am Paul in that way. One day, I meant to go to church because I lived in my parents' house. Afterwards, I was going straight to Venice Beach, and I was going to cruise Crenshaw to 2:00 in the morning. That was my Sunday. And that day, January 14th of 1996, I gave my life to Jesus. And that was 27 and a half years ago.
Wow.
And I've literally been all around the world. The passports, the stamps that I have in my passport, a boy from Inglewood should never have.
Wow.
I should have never been around the world like I've been.
Wow.
But I don't have the arrogance to believe that the gospel only belonged to like me. That's weird. Especially because I'm a Gentile.
Exactly.
I shouldn't even be here.
Exactly.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, I was engrafted in. So
right.
Who if there's gonna be arrogance at all, it should never be a Gentile.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you were engrafted in because of his broken body on the cross. That's what Ephesians says. The fact that these people have somehow flipped it to believe that the Gentiles are God's gift
Yeah.
to the nations
Yeah.
is flagrant, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so.
Humility, like girl,
Yeah. But
it's huge.
it's so easy to think you're humble
Facts.
and not be aware of your pride.
Very, very, very true.
Yeah, it's really easy and be very sincere, because you know me growing up in a family of 9 kids, sheltered, homeschooled. It's so easy to be like, I'm not like those thugs out there. You know what I mean? Like, I'm doing everything right.
Right, exactly.
I'm smart.
Yeah.
I'm all of these things.
Yeah.
I'm going somewhere in life.
Yeah.
Like, girl who just got pregnant.
Yeah.
Like,
Right,
just
right.
running in these streets.
Right,
It's
right.
like, I'm not
Yeah.
like her.
Right, exactly.
Like,
And that's a form of pride.
exactly.
It's pride.
Exactly.
Absolutely correct.
And so
Yeah.
it's like you can be genuine, sincere. No, I'm not like her because I am doing the things of God.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to church and I'm doing the good things and I'm not doing the bad things.
Yeah.
And so I'm in a better place.
Yeah.
And I'm better positioned and qualified
Yeah.
for the things of God and qualified to make a difference in this world. But my pride, the Lord like shook me of that time and time again throughout my life. And I'm now to a place where I can see that everything good about me is simply because of his mercy, not because of my upbringing and how well I've been raised. And
Absolutely correct.
And his mercy is strong enough to save me, as well as strong enough for this girl I'm talking about that I see, lived across the street in the hood and is pregnant and all these things. It's like, we're all saved according to his mercy.
Absolutely correct.
And not according to well, I had better circumstances in life, and
Right.
I showed up at church more, and I, all the things,
Yeah.
and so that's something that I had to grow and learn, and it really, I know you're going to share a scripture in a second.
Girl, please.
Yeah. My parents separated when I was is 2011. I was like 14. And that's when I had my pride was shaken the most, because the ecosystem that ever since I was a baby I grew up in, that was all curated and unto God and
Yeah.
all this, suddenly it's a big mess.
It's upended. Yeah.
And it's like, it's shameful, it's
Yeah.
messy,
Yeah.
there's all the things that's happening, and it was that's when, to have a savior in the context of in your first time in your life, seeing that you genuinely need one because this is a mess.
Yes.
That's when I really got to taste the beauty of his grace, because it was clear that it wasn't because of how good we are, and that's when I wrote my first song, which was a prayer. I was like, it was a prayer. I said, Jesus, please hear me when I cry. Don't leave me here to die. And I was like, hey, that rhymes. I should make that into a song. It was like my defiant, like, in the face of all of the chaos and darkness that was happening, I had a prayer. I was losing so much, but I had a prayer.
Yeah.
And that prayer became my song. And that song became my purpose in life. And it's like, so much, you don't have control over what you lose in life.
Yeah.
But I did have control over if I decided to let my song be born or not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the song was my prayer, and like will I just sit here and die, or will I cry out?
Yeah.
And that cry is the song.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
Yo, thank you for sharing that, because I think a lot of people who are believers in Jesus and find life getting messy,
Yeah.
sometimes they choose the lie
Oh, yeah.
of perfection over the truth of the mess. Right? It's like, nope, we're just gonna keep playing the game,
Yeah.
and we're gonna sleep in separate rooms, but the image will be alive,
Yeah.
because Jesus needs us to uphold the image.
Yeah.
And all the kids in the house are like, y'all hate each other. Like, why are y'all still here? Right? And so when life gets messy, you find a new revelation of God.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, that song came in a mess, not in the bless.
Yeah.
Right? It came in the mess. And there are beautiful songs birthed through mountaintop experiences and valley experiences.
Yeah.
And but those that chase mountaintops missed some of the deepest and most vulnerable songs they could ever write,
Yeah.
or sermons they could ever preach,
Yeah.
or words they could ever say, wisdom that they could ever draw. So I appreciate you just giving us the gift of your vulnerability to just even share that, because that's a real situation that you had no control over.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
You had to watch that thing disintegrate and then find out, like, well, then where is my anchor?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Maybe it was in my family structure at first, and it has to be in something way more stable than this.
Exactly.
Right? Way more stable than them. Like,
Right.
I love both of them, and I know they love me, but that song came from the root system and
Yeah.
a soil that was anchored in God.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so this verse, I always have scriptures that volunteer. This is the way I always jokingly say this is, I'm having a conversation. These verses are like, I'm over here. Talk about me. But this speaks to this. This is just a cautionary tale, one of Jesus' parables. Luke 18, starting at the 9th verse. Then Jesus told this story to some who had great confidence in their own righteousness and scorned everyone else.
Yeah.
2 men went to the temple to pray. One was a Pharisee and the other was a despised tax collector. The Pharisee stood by himself and prayed this prayer. I thank you, God, that I am not a sinner like everyone else. For I don't cheat, I don't sin, and I don't commit adultery. I'm certainly not like that tax collector. I fast twice a week, and I give you 1/10 of my income.
Yeah.
But the tax collector stood at a distance and dared not even lift his eyes to heaven as he prayed. Instead, he beat his chest in sorrow, saying, "Oh God, be merciful to me, for I am a sinner."
Yeah.
I tell you, this sinner, not the Pharisee, returned home justified before God. For those who exalt themselves will be humbled,
Yeah.
and those who humble themselves will
Yeah.
be exalted.
That's it.
And the revelation for me in this passage and what we just talked about is self-awareness.
Yeah.
It's just the ability to be self-aware, because when scripture says humble yourself, what it's strongly implying is you know when you're not.
Right.
Why would he tell you to do something if you can't be aware of it, right?
Exactly.
And so at times we can slip into areas of pride and not know it at first.
Right.
But at some point you gotta know you feeling yourself. Like you know what I mean? Like, I'm that dude. Like, I got this stuff late. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. And at that point you need to be like, no, I don't. Like, let me stop playing myself. You know what I mean? But that's always been a cautionary tale to me of like, I never want to be in a position where I think because I don't do that,
Right.
that my righteousness is actually going up because of all this stuff that I've knocked down.
Yeah.
When I was made righteous, I can't earn it.
Right. Right.
I've been saved 27 and a half years. I'm not more righteous today than I was 27 and a half years ago. Because he positioned me in, he made me righteous. There was no growth in righteousness.
Yeah.
I've grown in freedom.
Yeah.
I'm more free than I was 27 and a half years ago, but I'm not more righteous.
Right.
So to even attribute that to anything I'm doing or not doing
Right.
is pride. And once you become aware of it, just humble yourself.
Yeah.
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 You know, this thought came to me earlier today. I was just at the BET Awards 2 days ago.
Oh, yeah.
And
That's
it
a
was
lot.
dark. It was
That's a lot.
It was really ratchet.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
It was also sad to me because this is, so it was like the BET Awards 2023, culture's biggest night. So they're not even saying black culture's biggest night.
It's the culture's biggest
It's
night now.
culture's biggest night.
Okay.
Because they're saying that black culture is the deciding factor of what culture is. And in
Period.
Exactly.
That's on God too. Like, that's no lie, actually.
So that was the statement, but then you watch the show.
And this is what we want culture to know. This is
It's
what
like
we want
this
culture to
is
consume.
the deciding factor of what culture is. There was nothing represented there of the Spirit of God. God's creation, yeah,
absolutely.
but His Spirit,
Yeah,
it was directly contradictory of His Spirit,
Yep.
and in service of other spirits.
yep,
And and I'm processing everything. You're tempted to leave there and be angry and be like, well, I'm going to respond to this wickedness and create the most epic art that is in worship of God.
Yeah.
And that is like competitive, and I'm gonna,
yeah,
like, that was a heart posture that you're tempted to take,
Yeah.
or at least me.
yeah, for sure.
But then I was convicted today in that the Holy Spirit is like, don't worship me in retaliation to the wickedness that you see. Worship me in response to the mercy that you're receiving from me, the goodness. Worship me because I'm worthy, not because they're wicked. And you need to show them a reaction, a response. And it's like, because you're wicked too. And we're all going to be we're all going to, He came, His mercy is enough for us all.
Yeah,
And once they see that they are able to receive His mercy and His goodness and His grace, then they too will worship in response to how good He is.
yeah,
You know, we're not worshiping in response to how bad people are, and we need to make sure that we can represent goodness in
Yeah.
response to their badness.
yeah, absolutely.
Like, it's not sustainable that way, first of all. And second of all, it's not sincere. It's not sincere.
It's not
you know
sincere.
what I mean?
Absolutely.
True worship is beholding God, how good He is, how great and I keep getting on this topic of mercy, because there is no other basis
Yep.
for why I should be qualified to have this access, to have this relationship
Yeah.
with Him, other than the fact that He's merciful,
Right.
you know?
Yeah.
And like, that's easy to see if somebody is clearly like a drug dealer and a murderer, and it's like, there's no basis for
Right.
why they should be with a holy God,
Right.
other than the fact that this holy God is merciful
Absolutely.
and just lets them.
Absolutely.
But it's the same for me too.
Yeah.
And when I can sit back and marvel at how merciful He is, it should inspire
Yeah.
a worship.
Yeah.
It should inspire a sacrifice of love in return to Him.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And that is what's going to sustain any change. That's what's going to bring about any change. And so now, you know, I think that there's a lot of Christians that look at all the wickedness in the world and they're like, we're not going to have it.
Yeah.
We're going to get up and we're going to respond and we're going to take back the territory.
Mm-hmm.
But like, you're taking it in response to wickedness versus you're operating in response to God.
Absolutely.
And
correct.
His goodness and what He's done. And
Yeah.
instead of magnifying the world and all the ways of the world
Right.
as your motivating
Yeah. Absolutely.
factor for why your ministry is
Yeah. Yeah. For sure. Absolutely.
in operation.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, you're absolutely right. So, this conversation with you is blessing my whole life. I'm learning so much. and I'm getting context to so much. I've always said on a therapy side that doing the opposite of what hurts you won't heal you. So my example for that is if you grew up with a dad that was more provider than he was affectionate, right? And so dad never hugged you, never told you were beautiful or whatever. And so you're like, when you grow up, you're like, when I grow up, I'm going to hug my kids. I'm going to always tell them I love them because your dad didn't, right? And so it seems like the right thing to do. And so you're hugging your kid, you're telling them you're loving them, but it's not coming from a sincere place.
Yeah.
Because you're not actually thinking about how much you love your kid and how beautiful you think you are. It's coming from the fact that your dad never gave it to you.
Yeah.
So now you're giving something to someone else that doesn't even come from a sincere place in you.
Yeah.
It comes from a broken place in you.
Yeah.
And so you give it broken.
Right.
And though they may never be able to put their finger on it, intrinsically they know this hug it's tighter than it should be. I'm actually in a headlock. Like, you know what I mean? This is more headlock than it is hug. Why does this hurt, Mom? Mom, can you let me go? I can't breathe, right? It's the opposite of what hurt you won't heal you.
Yeah.
You actually got to get healed from the hurt so then you can operate from a place of gratitude and thanksgiving. And to your point, so many movements in the body of Christ are birthed out of retaliation to darkness.
Yeah.
And they don't understand why they're not effective. They're not effective because they're operating in what I refer to as godly ambition. And I believe godly ambition is actually the most dangerous form of ambition. Because godly ambition is when you choose to do something for God that he never said he wanted to do through you. So you're embarking on an endeavor and saying, be with me, God.
Yeah.
As opposed to God saying, I choose you
Yeah. to
go in there.
Yeah.
Right? You're going, I'm going in there.
Yeah.
And you're coming with me.
Yeah.
Right? And then you wonder why, like, I've not made any inroads in this community. I haven't been effective. We can't raise the money. We don't have any. God's like, I didn't ask you to do that.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if God tells Saul, I've chosen you to go to the Gentiles. And he goes, nah, I'm going to stay in Jerusalem.
Yeah.
I like it better over here. I know the Pharisees, and I think I can reach them better. Guess what? He ain't going to reach them. Because God's like, I'm not going to be with you. I told you to go to the Gentiles.
Yeah.
Conversely, if Peter says, I'm going to go to the Gentiles, I'm a dumb fisherman. I think I can relate to these people better than I can to these Pharisees that got all doctorate degrees. God's like, I'm not over there with you like that. I didn't tell you to come over here. So doing the right thing for the wrong reason will not get you the right result.
Right. Right.
It just won't.
That's it.
And he chose you. That's why you're at the award show.
Yeah.
He chose you to be there as pitch black dark as it is. Can't even see your hand in front of your face, right? He chose you to be there because in the same way I feel like, and I'm just speaking, I'm just talking, but I feel like in the same way you have been able to aggregate all this music you've heard and come out with a sound that is pure and authentic to you.
Yeah.
He trusts you to aggregate all that you see and that you interact with and still be able to show up as his light in that darkness.
Right.
That's an assignment. There's a grace on your life to do it. There's an anointing. As much as bothered as you are by it, you ain't gonna run up out of there.
No.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when you have that grace, what other people are perturbed by, it just becomes easy for you. So I wanna talk about, because I think it's gonna be good for people who have a calling. I want to be clear when I say this. I'm gonna take my time right here as I set this part up, because I think there's a lot of people that aspire to be an artist.
Yeah.
Whether it is sacred, secular, country, gospel, R&B, so like whatever it is, this is their aspiration.
Yeah.
But I just want to say once again, if you don't have a grace for it, and this is not your assignment, reconsider. Do something else. Sing at a jazz club on the weekend. But work at Verizon for 20 years. It'd be better for you to do that than to step off and embark into something that you don't have a grace for. It's not an assignment on your life. It's just not going to be a good look. I just want to calibrate people's expectations, because you are an inspiration, and you will be an inspiration to thousands of people. And without that grace, it can be incredibly difficult.
Yeah.
So you emerge, you take all this sound from your childhood, all this music from your family, you find your identity. I don't even want to call it a lane. You find your identity.
Yeah.
And then you get loud with it. Right? And I don't mean that in like I just mean that like when you receive a confidence in your skill set, you can show up big. You know what I mean? Tall. You can show up confident. You can show up proud of the work that you've done and that you're doing. And that starts to get you noticed. Can you walk me through like what the ascent was like getting to or getting on the radar of Rock Nation and getting signed, and your plans, their plans, and where we are now?
Yeah. So my family, we moved from Michigan to the New York area. We would go back and forth for like a few years, and then eventually we just stayed in the New York area.
Yeah.
But we started singing there in 2006, and then it was 2016 when Jay-Z discovered me.
Wow.
Yeah.
10 years later.
10 years.
So where you were singing there, you were in a group.
Yeah, we would sing pretty much every day in Central Park.
Wow.
Yeah. Upwards of 3 hours a day. Yeah. And so, I mean, we'd have days off sometimes, but it wasn't like, it was like the daily thing.
Yeah, this was your job.
Yeah.
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 Wow.
And so, I was 12 when we started going to New York, and then I was 22 when I got signed. And so, someone sent, and this is like abbreviated version of the story.
Yeah.
Someone sent a video of me singing Nina Simone's "Feeling Good" in Central Park to Jay-Z. This guy,
Can we slow down real quick?
yeah,
Because I've heard it, and I know y'all have heard it too, just in the little couple of beats she gave us. You're in Central Park. It don't matter if you got tracks or not. This is open air every day,
yeah,
singing.
oh yeah. It's just, there's no fluff. Raw talent, even with raw talent, it's like hit or miss. To me, that did a lot to my perception of myself.
Talk about this.
Yeah.
Talk about this. Please talk about this.
Because you would feel that you're really good when you get an audience and you know, when you get the applause, when you happen to manage to provoke people to stop. But what happens when you can't? What happens when you're standing on the train platform and everybody's talking while you're singing and they're standing right there? They hear you. They just don't care. How does that make you feel about yourself?
Frank, I'm telling you now, crypto's gonna tank. Can you lower your tone? It's beautiful. Thanks. Frank, I'm telling you now, the crypto's gonna crash, fam. Pull it out. You can finish now. Like that. This is what we're talking about.
Exactly.
You better know what you better have something. You better have an anchor in yourself.
Exactly.
Because if you need the applause of men and women,
right.
whoop,
Yeah.
yeah, that's gonna be a test.
But the problem is you still do need, because they won't give you money unless you make in some sort of impression that they value.
Yeah, for sure.
And so it's like you still, especially if your economics are tied to it. Oh, I gotta pay my mama's rent, or I gotta do, like I better be good enough today. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like that psychologically, what I had to because then that mindset was then a liability once I got into the commercial music industry. Because I'm thinking about if I'm good enough, and everybody and like every room I'm in, I shut down, and I'm just like so thankful to be there, and like hoping I'm good enough, and I'm nervous. Like, what if today's a day when I'm not good enough?
Wow.
And it's like I'm in their minds, I pretty much ace it every time. There's no question. Like, it's like suddenly my value was revealed in the highest places of the entertainment industry as a rare gem.
Yeah.
But I'm walking around like a poor black girl that's been in the train station that hopefully these white people will stop and give me money. You know what I mean? It's like I can't even operate in that world and carry the weight of the value properly because of my mind.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I mean, I'm so glad you're talking about this. Oh my goodness. I'm so grateful you're talking about this because first of all, there is something to be said about being conditioned in anonymity. There is something to be said about doing the same thing every single day, whether there is $400 in a hat or a basket or $4 in a hat or a basket. And it's like, I'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
As opposed to like, Mama, we tried it. We was out there like 10 days and it just ain't go 10 years, fam?
Yeah.
Like, I just think that's incredibly important because work ethic has a lot to do with this.
Yeah.
But I'm also thinking about what happens to your voice. I'm talking about the relationship that you develop with your voice with that type of repetition.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I know what it can do. I know what it can't do.
Right.
I cannot be hoarse tomorrow. I am on voice rest. You know what I mean? I know what to drink and what not to drink. I know what brings me inflammation and what will take it away.
Exactly.
Like there's a lot, there's a relationship with you. When this is your moneymaker, you got to know that. You better know what that thing can and cannot do, right?
Exactly.
But then I did not think about, I don't think enough people consider in this way that you've described it, the conditioning of a decade in that environment does when you are found.
Right.
When you are discovered.
Yeah.
Because that can happen pretty quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Going from, Central Park to Times Square, that can happen pretty quick. And if you're not prepared for it, well, actually, please tell me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure there's a way to prepare for that.
Well, you just have to believe that you're prepared regardless of how you feel.
Okay.
And what you see and what you think. You know what I mean? you know, and there were moments when I had that faith and I nailed it.
Mm-hmm.
And then there were other moments when I was working against my faith by preparing too hard. I'ma fast and pray.
You pushing back your plate when you should have had a sandwich. Because now your blood sugar's dipped and you got 2 more songs to do. And you hangry.
Warming up for an hour. Like,
Yeah. Like stuff that you would not normally do.
no. And
But
it's
you thought you had to do because this is special.
exactly because you have to hit it out the park. Look at how much they value you. And what if you get up there and you have a bad day versus the kind of day that stops everybody in their tracks? What if today's the day when nobody listens?
Ooh, you helping some people.
What if I can't afford to have that kind of day because look how much they spent. They flew me in and they put me up in this fancy hotel and they sent a car.
This is not even Uber Black. Ramon picked me up and had a little sign with my name
on it.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
serious.
Yes, I know. That is crazy. So if I'm synthesizing the sentiment correctly, you go through this journey to get there.
Yeah.
And there's this nagging thought in your mind. Can I stay here?
Yeah. What if
Will
they
I
find
stay
out
here?
that I'm just that girl? Yeah. But what I found though is that almost all the artists have that same complex. It's like I can fake it, I can try, they can transform in them, but then they're insecure.
Yeah.
Even the really big ones. And they're like, how did I get here? Like I made it here, but I don't know if I can stay. And like, it's like those, so many times people are like, oh, yeah, I got lucky with that first album. But I'm just really not that good, you know? And like, I can try. And
Yeah.
but it's just like, and people, like, what if I don't hit it out the park again? Then it's like they find out that I'm just me.
Dang. Oh, I'm too much of an empath for this. Like, I'm about to start crying. I'm like, I'm just going to put all the artists on a prayer list and just, God, will you show them that they're all enough?
Yeah.
They're all enough right now.
Yeah.
No, that's real though. Mm-hmm. And I wish I could say that was relegated to artistry, but
It's everybody.
listen, that's preachers, that's doctors, that's lawyers, that's cops, that's stay-at-home moms.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, she got an Escalade. Honey, I still have a Tahoe. And you're like, what? Like, you love this Tahoe. You know what I mean? Until I saw that Escalade. It's man, that's very sobering.
Yeah.
All right, so 10 years. Are you opposed to talking about how like this whole, like, how does Jay-Z discover you? What is that conversation like? How do you wind up on the radar? How do you feel? Like
Yeah.
it's kind of wild.
Yeah. So there are different versions of this story.
That's really funny. Are you cycling through which one? Which one is the basement worthy?
No, you guys are so special with how you curate this environment, and I just feel like you deserve like the best that I can like share.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, and not just the, run it down in the quick bullet points that will
Yeah.
help satisfy.
Yeah, exactly. Understood. Well, it's whatever you whatever you feel comfortable with is.
Yeah. So we would sing in Central Park every day, and there was a film director that from Hollywood that was in our audience one day, and she was so moved, and she's like, I have to have you guys in my film, and so she started talking with our dad about the opportunity, and he didn't really think it would be a good fit because her film was about relationships and stuff, and so she was looking for subjects like couples because her film was about love and relationships. And our parents were separated, so this wasn't even like a good option.
Right. We don't need to be reminded of this right now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But she still wanted. She just was drawn to the music, and I just think this would be a great thing to have in the film. And so eventually she convinced our dad, we'll find a way. We'll find, but I want your family. And so there's like a one couple that's in Hawaii, another one that's in Alaska, and then we were the subjects in New York.
Wow.
In this film. And then so she came over our house. She went around the table asking each person what we like to do in our spare time. And each of my siblings said what they like. And when she got to me, I said that I like to write songs. And she asked if she could hear some of my songs, and I had them recorded on my iPod Touch, just my latest creations. And I played her a few songs, and each song she started crying. And she's like, I have to put your songs in my film. Wow. And so that got me excited, because it's like, I never thought these songs would see the light of day, because they weren't necessarily attention grabbers for when you're singing in the park or in the subway. And plus, I wasn't even a solo artist, so I wasn't like.
Because the group was Infinity's.
Yeah, Infinity's song.
Infinity's song.
Yeah, but at the time, it was just like our whole family and like other musicians from other countries that played with our family. So it was just like this big community Central Park group.
Got you.
That was led by our dad and our family. So but and then so I just went off sometimes to sing by myself to make extra cash, but I wasn't like a solo artist.
Right.
And so she's like, I want to put your songs in my film, and they're gonna reach a lot of people and all this stuff. So anyways, the film happens, my songs are featured, and it goes around the world. Tribeca Film Festival and all these things. And what's crazy is that during that, like a week after we signed a contract to be in that film, I got into a tragic bicycle accident where my face was disfigured. I was ejected from my bike onto my face, and I broke my jaw. I lost teeth. My arm was broken. Wow. And so I became... it's just a freak accident where I lost pretty much everything that made me valuable. So I thought, the jaws of victory are clenched shut. Like, I'm a singer.
Yeah.
When they told me they were going to have to wire my mouth shut, I started crying. I said, but I was a singer.
Oh, you had already put it in past tense?
Exactly.
Oh my God.
Because I didn't know what I am anymore.
Right, exactly.
It's just like I was.
Yeah.
I couldn't dare call myself Victory.
Wow.
Because they're like trying to figure out, what's your name? They came to scoop me up, and they're trying to find my name. And every time they would ask me, I'd just burst out crying. Because it's like, I don't know what my name is anymore. Victory is not appropriate.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. And but what I found is that the basis for me calling myself Victory is in the fact that Jesus victoriously overcame death, depression. he overcame this trauma freak accident.
Yeah.
And not only this, he overcame all the stuff I've been through with my family. And
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
it was like a moment of breaking so that I could experience his wholeness. But I was already broken. It's just not outwardly. So
Yeah.
now
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
that
Wow.
was a awareness of my brokenness. Like, I
Wow.
can't go on until I taste the Savior. And then I experienced intense darkness, but it wasn't until I experienced that intense darkness that I was able to taste intense glory.
Yeah.
And I developed this theory in that place that for every point of darkness, there's a corresponding point of glory that is available to happen when we put our hope in the hope of glory.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because there are different tiers of darkness. You know what I mean? Like you being rejected at your job, it's dark.
Yeah.
It's not the same as your mom died.
No, exactly.
You know
That's
what I
absolutely correct. There are levels to this.
You know what I mean? And so like there's certain levels where, you know, you probably could get over, feel better from being rejected at work by, you know, going to a concert or doing something that
Yeah.
can like make you feel better
Yeah.
because it's stronger.
Right.
It's stronger than that darkness.
Right. That's good.
But sometimes it's so dark, there is nothing that is stronger than that dark. There is nothing that has the authority to devour even that level of darkness. But what I found is that Jesus has the authority even over the darkness that is death.
Yes.
Like death was swallowed up in victory.
That's right.
That's what the
exactly
Bible
right. That's
says.
the book. That's the book. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah.
so there is a victory
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah,
swallows up
Yeah.
even death.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
And I'm named after that victory. I grab hold of that. Like that's the glory.
That's nasty.
And it has nothing to do with the frailty of my flesh, the frailty of my human experience.
Yep.
So I'm getting all these revelations. I'm like 18 years old in this traumatic accident, and these filmmakers are like in our house, and I can't do nothing but talk about Jesus and try to, like, it was just like I'm disfigured, but I was like, all I could talk about is Jesus.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Like, no, you think you know, but you don't know.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's
For sure. For sure. Yeah.
I thought I knew.
Yeah.
But then now I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
And so yeah, that was like my thing. And then the film went all over, and then like there was a guy who's one of Jay-Z's good friends who saw the film, and it's like, this girl is the next Tracy Chapman.
Wow.
This girl is the next. She's a star. She's a star. And his name is James Samuel. He's Seal, the recording artist Seal.
Okay.
His younger brother.
Got it. Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so he's like a filmmaker and a producer. He did a film called The Harder They Fall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yes.
the Black Western.
Yes. Absolutely. Yeah.
so-
Yeah. With Letitia Wright.
Yeah.
Yeah.
uh-huh,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he wrote and directed that film. And so he's really the guy that discovered me and championed me.
Wow.
And then he put me and my dad on email with Jay-Z. It's like, Hove, you got to meet Victory Boyd. And so he put in a good word, and Jay was like, I'm in the office tomorrow. Y'all want to come through?
What? That's just wild.
Yeah, that's 10 years after singing every day, and then by that time, you know, that was maybe 2 years after the accident, because
Yeah.
like the film took a couple years.
Yeah, for
to
sure.
make.
To
So
come
it's
out
like,
and premiere. Yeah.
yeah. But while I was recovering in the accident, the Lord showed me that He's going to take me to the highest levels of the entertainment industry to tell my testimony. Like the secular industry.
Uh-huh.
And so when I got connected with Jay-Z on email, I was like, that sounds about...
I'm not sure it's going to get any higher than this.
Exactly.
If there's a top floor, I think we're on it.
Exactly. But you have to understand.
Wow.
I had that word in my heart for years.
That's right. That's absolutely correct.
And I was preparing for it.
That's right. He was preparing you for
He was preparing, but there's no way you can like strategize your way
Nope.
to that from the subway.
You didn't have a journal like, I'm going to email Jay-Z and he's going to invite me to his office.
Like
While the 2:30 subway pulls in. That's wild.
Yeah.
God prepared you.
Yeah.
Because he gave you a word.
Yeah, and the biggest thing I could do was my best with what I had. You know, like there's no like loving my family, the best, taking care of my brothers and sisters the best I could, like writing music when I have time, like, but still showing up and singing with everybody. Like it was like I learned so many skill sets because I was on mission. I got to be ready because I'm going to tell this story and
At the highest
levels. So I got to be the highest level, like recording, like my free time. I would be recording through the night, learning how to use Pro Tools, saving up my tips for gear.
Wow.
And then like when I gave Jay-Z an album that I produced, like when we walked into that meeting. You know.
All right, hold on. Hold on, yo. Hold on. Not a demo.
No, an album.
Not a couple of reference tracks. You handed him a whole album?
Yeah. Exactly. And that album I fought for with my brothers and sisters.
Yep.
We did it together. It
Yep.
wasn't a victory
Understood.
album.
Understood.
But like the vision, the planning, the studying, the engineering, the instruments, the songwriting, like all these layers of like the editing, the musicians,
Yeah,
and
for
then
sure.
going to go make money so that you can have money for studio time
Yeah,
in the subway.
and
like,
post mix it and the whole nine.
all
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
things.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it was the effort, you know, and then to get signed and it's like, oh, the budget's already there. Now you just focus on making the music. Like you don't, and you're not also the engineer. Like you're not also the
You did it all, so you don't have to do it all.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So it's like I can't figure out how to get to the highest levels of the entertainment industry.
Right.
But how about I start with strategizing on how to get a computer? Saving up my money, like don't eat out for like a month so that you can make that payment. And
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, for sure.
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely. There's focus, there's discipline,
Yeah.
there's sacrifice.
But it all adds up. Like that's what I could. But here's the thing. It's like every action that I took because I believed what God showed me was an action of faith
Yeah.
that moved the hand of God
Yeah.
in bringing to pass that. Because it's like, for example, Abraham in the Bible was promised this land,
Right.
this city with foundations whose builder and maker is God.
Right.
And in order for him to receive it, he couldn't just be like, okay, I believe you and sit still.
That's not how it works. It's not how it works.
But what's amazing though is that Abraham started taking these actions of faith in response to what God said,
Yep.
and he never found the city.
That's right. That's right. That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
So what was the point in his steps?
To start it.
Exactly. Because
Just to start it.
Because his steps of faith then bind God to having to release that which he promised. If he sat still, God would not have to release the promise. The actions is what then God responds, because it's like the acts of faith, because faith without works is dead. So
Talk, girl.
So if the faith doesn't have corresponding works, it's not. So here's the thing. Sometimes people think that your works is what's going to make the miracle happen. No, God's going to make the miracle happen in response to your works. But we might not even, that album never saw. Who cares about that album?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, that's not the work that is magnified.
That's exactly right.
It's the work, but it's extremely important.
That's right.
It's the very work that God is responding to and bringing to pass.
That's exactly right.
His promise.
Yeah.
And so we see these generations of faith pioneers that are continuing on this journey of walking, sojourning, going through in response to what God said.
Right.
They can't see it.
Yep.
And they may die before the manifestation comes, but they know. And what struck me about this is that in Hebrews chapter 11, it says God did a better thing for us because they didn't receive it.
That's right.
Which means God has to release the promise that he promised Abraham.
That's right.
To his seed.
That's exactly right.
Because God won't lie.
He won't lie.
And so now it's like we are entitled to the fruit of the actions that Abraham took in faith.
Absolutely.
And it's like,
correct.
It might look like aimless actions.
Right.
But when it's in response to what God said, even if you don't reap the fruit of those actions and of the promise that he said, somebody will.
Yeah, absolutely correct.
And the kingdom will be advanced. All because let me just get more organized.
Yeah.
Because that's an action I have the power to
absolutely
take.
Correct. Absolutely
in response
correct.
to what God said. Well, let me start studying this, because if I learn how to play the guitar, or if I learn how to play, that'll make me, let me just start. Save this money because that'll help me get it.
That's right. That's right. You're not responsible for the end result. You're responsible for what you can control.
Exactly.
That's great.
The actions. It's a journey. It's been one.
Yo. I'm just like, you giving out life hacks over here. I promise you are. You giving out like free game. This is like free 99. Like, you do not have to be giving out these cheat codes like this. And the fact that you are, I hope everybody's listening. Because there is this a lot of people, I'm not going to say everybody, but a lot of people have this notion, Victory, that it's like, I did it for a month. And like, it didn't pop off. So you had a whole album. You had a whole album done, produced, mixed. What? Most people would be like, when I get signed, then I'll, you know what I mean? Like, I got a couple of songs, but I can't get no studio time. Yes, you can. Take them Louis Vuittons back. You got that studio time. Take that Coach backpack.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You didn't need to buy the PS5. You know what I mean? You don't need to be driving I don't even know, like, a big body Benz that got a $1,400 a month car note on it. You need to be driving a Kia. You know what I mean? That got a silhouette of like a Benz, but it's not. But that car note is like, $434. And you can take that other, $600, $700, and you could be doing something that's productive with it.
Yeah.
When we started the basement, it was a by faith proposition. We didn't know the basement was going to be what the basement is now.
Yeah.
A year later, we just knew that God told us to do it.
Yeah.
So I remember when I wrote that check, I had $18,000 in my business account. The check was for $16,000. So it wasn't like I was sitting on like $100,000 or
Yeah.
$500,000. I was like, oh, let's just see if this works. You know what I mean? I got some money to throw around.
No.
I told the Lord, sir, you gonna have to. I hope you're right, because this has left the account. Like, I won't be able to run payroll. You know, but I feel like I'm supposed to do this. And then the Lord responded.
Yeah.
Like 11 minutes later, like no cap, 11 minutes later.
Wow.
Somebody was like, oh, I'm going to write you a check for the $16,000 that you just wrote. And I'm going to sponsor it for the first 2 years.
Wow.
I was like, okay. Like, if you say so. But if I wouldn't have made that step.
Right.
God couldn't have even shown up.
Yeah.
I see it as getting the equivalent of you believing by faith that you gonna get a 24 mega roll of toilet tissue, and the Amazon driver, without you placing an order, is gonna knock on the door and have it there for you. You've done nothing. As magical as Amazon is, you still have to initiate the process.
Right. Right.
Stuff ain't just showing up to your door by faith. I can't believe these light bulbs got here. Who ordered them? Nobody. God's working. No. You have to do something for them to do something, right? They exist to bring you expedited service, but not without you initiating.
Right. And you have to release it.
You have to release it. And faith is how we initiate God's response.
Exactly.
Not just belief.
Right.
Faith is an action word.
Right.
It's not just this passive, like, I just believe.
Yeah.
You gonna write the song, Victory? I just believe you're gonna put me in front of millions of people so I can share my testimony. Are you gonna record the song? I'm just believing God. What? It's not the way it happens. Right. All right. So did you have to sing in front of Jay?
Yeah.
What did you sing?
I sang a song called Weatherman, a song that I had just written about a few weeks before that moment. And he flipped. And Tata flipped.
Wow.
Tata is like his right hand.
Oh yeah,
man.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I've heard all about Tata. Yeah. I've heard every one of Jay's albums. I've heard about Tata. Yeah. That is one of the most loyal men.
Yeah.
And trusted men by him.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. It you know, my songwriting, I didn't realize how special it was.
Yeah.
The perfectionist in me that's trying to be good enough and nail it.
Yeah.
Had me spend weeks and months like dissecting narratives and metaphors and rhythms and chord, like, and so it's like a deeply intricately woven puzzle of a song.
Yeah.
That they just thought was so clever. You know.
Yeah.
And
would you be opposed to singing a little bit of it?
sure, I can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes like this. The weatherman came knocking on my door. He said there's gonna be a cloudy overcast with a chance of a storm. I've got the sun in my pocket and I want you to take it. Put it in your heart where the clouds can't block it. That's what he said. And I said, no, sir, 'cause I'm doing just fine. The sky is clear and I can feel the sunshine. And he said, let me know if you change your mind. You've got to learn how to shine. 'Cause the days get cold and dark sometimes, and you're gonna need the sun to survive. You've gotta learn how to shine. 'Cause when the sun goes down, it's the dark of night, and you're gonna need to shine your light. I woke up to a cloud hanging over me. Rain is coming down over only me. I see people everywhere, but they don't share my pain. They can't see my clouds, they can't feel my rain. I wear a smile that's fake, 'cause I'm too proud to cry. Pretend the weather's great, 'cause it's easier to lie. I don't know when the weather will clear. I don't know how much more I can bear. Oh, I've gotta learn how to shine, 'cause I don't know when the storm will pass by, or by the end if I'll even have a sound mind. I've gotta learn how to shine, 'cause I'm tired of living like this. I need to overcome the darkness, yes. Now it's about time I have a talk with the weatherman. Ask him to take away the clouds and let the sun shine again. And I don't know if he's even there or if he heard my little prayer, 'cause I asked 3 times and the clouds didn't go away. They're still here. It's 'cause I'm telling you no, it's just the way life is. Storms will come and storms will go, and you've gotta last no matter the forecast. Now I've got the sun in my pocket and I want you to take it. Put it in your heart where the clouds can't block it. And don't you just let it lay up in you dormant, baby. You've gotta learn how to shine. And if the clouds aren't there to pick a fight, you won't learn how to shine bright. You've gotta learn how to shine. And if the rain stopped now and said goodbye, then you wouldn't need the sun to shine from inside. You gotta learn how to shine, 'cause you never know if your light will be the hope for somebody else that's all alone.
What just happened?
Thank you.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, I believe that Mr. Carter and I share the sentiment of being blown away right now. I'm not sure he cried, but yikes.
My dad cried.
Okay. I'm more on your dad's side then, because yikes. Oh my God. Okay, so I see everything in pictures.
Yeah.
So I just watched that whole
Yeah,
song.
yeah. Yeah, it's like
I just watched it.
a lot of imagery.
And a lot of scripture.
Yes. You caught it.
2 Corinthians 12.
You caught it.
Girl.
You caught it.
I told you, I'm an active listener.
Yes.
I heard that thing.
Yes.
I saw that thing.
I usually have to, when I started telling what it, like, the picture that it's painting and the scriptures that it's referencing,
Yeah.
like, people are like, oh, I never, but you got it.
I just watched that song.
Yeah.
No, that was 2 Corinthians 12, y'all.
Yeah.
I asked him 3 times.
Yeah.
He said no. Therefore, I glory in my weaknesses.
Yeah.
Girl, that thing messed me up. Ooh, that's good. That's so good.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
It's literally that. It's like he's
Put it in your heart.
yeah.
If you wait, if you need the sun to shine outwardly, you will always be a slave to the weather.
To the weather. Yes.
That thing is good. Lord have mercy
It
on my whole.
depends on the condition of the circumstances.
That's exactly right. But you bring that internally, it can rain every day.
Exactly. But you have this son, which has the authority over
That's right.
the rain
On the inside of you.
inside. And what's
greater is
crazy
he.
is that even these people that don't carry the same religion
Right.
were able to receive it
Absolutely correct.
and be like, yeah, that's a song of comfort. That's a song that I can
Yeah.
grab hold
yeah.
on and use for my life. And
Yep.
and so that was my introduction into the music industry. Is like, I remember singing that song at this Hollywood party
Yeah.
with like all these famous actors and actresses and producers, and like Quincy Jones was sitting on the couch.
Wow. Wow.
It was just like
Craziness.
And I got up there and I sang Weatherman,
Yeah.
and like everybody received it.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it was an art piece.
Yeah.
That a vehicle in which I could share the gospel,
Right.
and it be received by everyone.
That's exactly right.
And that sounds like it could be well, it's not really the gospel if everybody's receiving it, but
The gospel is for everybody.
it is.
Yeah.
And Jesus preached to everybody,
He did.
and everybody listened.
That's exactly right.
Everybody.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because they heard a message that was for them.
That's right. That's absolutely correct.
And like, but he didn't tell the mysteries of what he was
Correct.
preaching to everybody.
That's correct.
You know, and like like they're asking, why do you speak in parables? Like they're not ready to hear all this.
That's exactly right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
and
exactly
like,
right.
but to the 12,
Right,
he told
absolutely.
the intricacies of
That's right.
like I'm leaving, I'm coming, and
Yeah.
and like all the prophecies and
Yeah.
Isaiah and
Yeah, yeah,
Jeremiah
yeah.
and like all these
Yeah.
mysteries.
Yeah.
He was able to openly
Yeah.
share and speak with them. And
Yep.
so that was kind of like been my well, actually I only existed in the parable space
Yeah.
for like the first 5 years of my career.
Right.
It wasn't until I worked with Kanye. That was when he's like, why ain't I saying the name of Jesus? He's getting on my case.
Right.
He's like, I
Right.
hear Jesus all in this, but you
Yeah.
never said his name.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, because they going to cancel me.
Yeah.
I'm not you, Kanye.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Blacklist me and kick me out.
Yeah.
He said, I wish somebody would do that to you with me standing here. I'm like, well, you wasn't always standing here.
Right. Exactly. You weren't here the first 5 years, sir. Right. Wow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so this was right when he was doing the Sunday service thing, and he was having his like come to Jesus moment.
Yeah,
where
for
he's
sure.
like, no, like the power's in the name.
Yeah.
You could do all this and never say the name, and
Yeah.
like that's where the power is.
Yeah.
And so, and we started working together on the Jesus is King album.
Right.
And all I did was like no more parables here. Just say it for what it really is. The blood, the lamb, the word, the grace, like just go to the most potent forms of the power of God and say it. And I said, bet.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
like, so I was in that writing camp, like 3 songs a day, like scourging scriptures. Like his thing was, I don't want you to lace the word and allude to the word. Like say the word.
Yeah, say the word, sing the word, write the word. Yeah,
the
for
word
sure. Yeah.
and prayers.
Yeah.
That was the process. Like, you know, it wasn't a lot of what I feel and what I, you know,
for
what
sure.
I'm going through
Right.
and stuff. It's like
Yeah.
power, potency.
Yeah.
Jesus is king. Like,
Right.
just like
Point blank. Period.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so that experience was refreshing for me because that was the first time I was actually writing gospel music.
Awesome. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and so I was a Christian that was like a folk artist.
Yeah,
That's how
yeah.
I like in the lane of Tracy Chapman.
Right.
Like
right.
you know,
Yeah.
like the messages are hidden.
Yeah.
If you want to hear them, they're there.
Yeah,
but,
yeah, for sure.
But it's like,
yeah, absolutely.
you know, it's coded.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It's coded. Yeah, yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And so now it's like, oh, just all the political correctness, all like they throw it out
Yeah.
and just stand on what you believe.
Yeah,
And
for sure.
that was really invigorating for me, because I thought I had to be famous before I could, because that was my dream to be able to do that.
Right, right, right.
But from a place of influence.
Right, absolutely.
And I'm 25 years old and I get to do my dream, which is like just say the fullness of God.
Yeah.
And Kanye's gonna
Yeah.
sing it. He's gonna deliver it, and I'm gonna write it.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
I was like, that was my whole why. That was my dream.
That's
like
beautiful.
that, you know, and then we won a Grammy for it, which is like
Crazy.
yeah. And so
That's crazy. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Unbelievable. That's
Thank you.
awesome.
For me, the biggest win though was successfully doing it.
Right. Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
like,
yeah.
if we, because what happened was that set precedent
Yep.
of what can be done.
Right.
The gospel is not, because there's like, it doesn't have to be niche.
Right. No, it does not. Absolutely not. Yeah.
It can be for everybody. It
It
can
can
be
be.
a mainstream. It's
can
just, will people, like, no one's not going to give Kanye access.
Right,
like,
right,
he
right.
has, like,
Yeah.
I am the access.
Right,
like,
right, exactly.
like, will I give you access?
Right.
Is the question.
Right, exactly.
It's
Right,
like,
right,
will
right.
you let me come? No, well, like, you know, people are
Yeah.
like, well, we won't invite you. I didn't want to come anyway.
Right,
Like,
exactly.
You know what I
He
mean?
don't
Like,
care.
well,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, it's usually like the gospel is like in a box, and he's like, no, like, we're going to amplify it from the top, and it's going to be successful.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because I say so.
Exactly.
Right,
And
exactly.
everybody's going to listen.
Right,
You
right.
know what I mean?
Yeah, for
and
sure.
it was almost like it opened the door and it set an example that this form of expression is also a valid form of expression that should be allowed, just like all other forms of
I
expression.
agree. 1,000%.
You know what I
Absolutely
mean?
correct.
In the same spaces.
In the same spaces.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Not
It's-
tucked off in a corner.
Right.
You know what I
right,
mean? Not
right,
with its own award show.
Right. Exactly.
It can stand.
Exactly. Exactly.
It can stand up here with the rest of everybody else.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Because, and this is my thing, I don't infringe on anybody's freedom of expression.
Yeah, me either.
When you see Sam Smith express himself
Mm-hmm.
the way that he feels he should be able to express himself,
Mm-hmm.
I don't infringe on his right to do so.
Absolutely correct. And
Just don't infringe on my right to do so. You know what I mean? But here's the thing: for that to be allowed in mainstream, then me worshiping Jesus should be allowed to be in mainstream. Like, let off, because it's our art.
that's exactly right.
And if we genuinely believe in honoring each other's authentic art form,
That's right.
then a Christian should be able to authentically
That's right.
have an art form and express their art
That's
form
absolutely correct.
without being threatened
Right.
of being canceled
Right. Absolutely correct.
or being excommunicated,
Yeah, absolutely correct. Yeah.
relegated to a box.
Right, absolutely
You
correct.
can't come to this table.
Right.
You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah.
And like, so it was almost like Kanye was strong enough to demand that kind of respect.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's like, I feel like, you know, my album, you know, because his vision, like, he was going through so much warfare. It was really intense on the back end, and still is. He's still going through a lot of warfare. His vision, though, was to keep making these albums until all of culture reflect. He's like, if people would realize that they don't have to sell their souls to the devil, like
Right.
they can have a family, they can be healthy,
Yeah,
they can
absolutely.
be whole,
Yeah.
and they can be excellent.
That's
and make
right.
the best music.
That's right.
They don't have to be high. You
That's
don't have to
right.
be addicted.
Yeah.
Like, and like, what if he's like, what if I could be that bridge that shows
Yep.
like this example,
Yeah.
and then also creates the cultural norm
Yep.
for that to be not only acceptable but like the norm.
Yeah.
You know, that's a big vision, a big mission that requires a lot of prayer.
Absolutely correct.
You know,
Absolutely
because you're
correct.
going against principalities. And
Straight
you
up.
can't go against principalities because you're Kanye.
That's right.
Because I'm so big in the flesh.
No. You
You have to be big in the spirit.
have to be. You cannot be shallow.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's got to be a depth.
Yeah.
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 Oh, absolutely correct.
And so, I if he never does another thing for the kingdom of God, and here's the thing, I think it was a little premature in trying to do stuff for God before
Understood. Oh yeah. No, I agree
Like,
with you.
really, like,
yeah, I agree
grasping.
with you. Yeah, for sure.
because it's not about how much you can do for God. You know, like
That's
just
absolutely
first,
correct.
Like
Yeah.
be.
Yeah.
You know.
There has to, again, like you're saying, if it's not tethered to the soil
Yeah.
and the root system of God,
Yeah.
doesn't matter how tall the tree is,
Yeah.
and how many branches spread out from
Yeah.
it, the fruit that's going to come off of it is always going to have a little aftertaste to it.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's an apple. It's just tart. Right? You know what I
Right,
mean?
right,
My
right,
jaws
right.
clench a little bit.
Right. Exactly.
So I agree with you. I
Yeah.
absolutely agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I just feel like it was a monumental work,
Mm-hmm.
and there was a remnant
Oh yeah.
from that work, and
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
part of that remnant.
You are. Well, I'm excited because he threw his rock.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it hit Goliath in the head.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, ooh, the rest of Israel can run in now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
We-
we need to get organized.
Yeah, we
and go.
can run in there now and knock out the rest of these Philistines.
Right.
But we needed somebody to take out Goliath.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so if that was, because all things work together for good.
Yeah.
Right? And so God knows how to orchestrate all of that. I feel so inspired by what you're saying, because the gospel is one size fits all. It truly is.
Yeah.
I've gone around the world. Like literally. Like I've literally gone around the world preaching the gospel.
Yeah.
It's one size fits all. My narrative is not one size fits all.
Right.
Like everybody ain't from the hood.
That.
You know what I mean? Like everybody ain't gonna understand. Like, you know, my brother founded a gang, and I saw people get shot and killed, and everybody that ain't my story.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we overcome
Yeah.
by the blood of the Lamb and the word of our testimony.
Right.
But our testimony ain't the gospel.
Right.
Our testimony is the result of the gospel. So yay, give your testimony, but the gospel is one size fits all.
Yeah.
And at its core, it is good news.
Yeah.
It's not theology.
Yeah.
It's not the commandments.
Right.
It's just good news.
Yeah.
That's what the gospel is. And if that doesn't have a place alongside country,
Yeah.
when it's influenced country,
Right.
if it does not have a place alongside jazz, when it's influenced jazz,
Right.
if it doesn't have a place alongside soul, when it influenced soul, that most
Yeah.
of the soul singers came out of a gospel
Yes.
choir or
Yes.
leading, you know what I mean, in
Right.
the gospel. It's always tethered to that upbringing. It is supposed to be there.
Right.
We understand why it hasn't been there, but again, if we keep it simple,
Yeah.
there's a reason why Jesus King worked.
Right.
Because it wasn't about commandments
Yeah.
and theology. And
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Whether it was Trinitarian or oneness or
Yeah.
water baptism
Yeah.
or, you know, in the name of Jesus or in the name of Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Right,
It
right,
was the
right.
gospel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to say this. You mentioned profound simplicity
Yes.
a while ago.
Yeah.
When I was working with Kanye, he always had this thing. where he would measure whatever it is and decide if it's Yeezy or not. So like I might have written a verse and he's like, it's not Yeezy. I didn't know what Yeezy meant, but he kept saying it all the time.
Yeah.
Like he would taste the lunch from, at the camp and be like, this lunch ain't Yeezy. like it would be all the things like these shoot.
Is it too much mustard? Yay! Like, what are we saying here?
Exactly. I'm like, this beat it's just not Yeezy. It's just not. I didn't know, and like everyone would be puzzled. Like, okay, what do I do different to make it Yeezy?
Yeah.
I was like, okay, do I try to be cool or what do I try to?
Yeah. Does this sandwich need an extra slice of turkey? What's gonna make it Yeezy?
Exactly.
It's hilarious. It's kinda hilarious.
Right. And
Yeah.
so I just kept trying to take context clues to define what Yeezy meant. And once, he's just like, hey, I'm going to Belgium for a couple days. You want to come with? I'm like, sure. I'm writing, but I'd love to just like stop and go to Belgium.
Yeah.
So we go to Belgium, and he has his whole design team, and we go to this castle by this architect. His name is Axel Vervoort.
Okay.
He's like this famous architect, and we explore his castle, and I'm seeing like the different things that Ye is impressed with, and finds just Yeezy.
Yeah.
And we're at the end of the day, we're sitting at this big Gothic table with these candle lights and this castle, and they bring out these plates that are made of stone. It's like they were rocks but flattened, and they have food on them. And I say, as they put my plate in front of me, I say, yay, I think I know what Yeezy means now. And he's like, what? It means profound simplicity. Because this is a rock. This is a rock. We're eating dinner off of a rock.
Did you really say those
I
two
said
words?
those 2 words.
Victory.
I said, and he's like, I like that. I'm going to keep that.
Well, I guess I've been Yeezy this whole time.
Yeah.
I've been trying to keep the gospel Yeezy.
Exactly. Profound. It's like, how can you make it say a lot with few ingredients as possible? It's like you're doing too much. It's wood, and the wood is shaped, and that's what makes it $1 million, $1 million table. Like, because you didn't do too much.
We didn't do a lot extra to this.
The power is in what it is keeping the power, keeping it as untouched and tampered with, and just placing it in a context that makes, now it's like that it was a rock.
Yeah.
We kick rocks around.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Or it's a plate.
exactly.
It depends on whose house you're in.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, that's
Exactly.
so.
That's-
Is. Oh my God. Oh my gosh.
It's simple,
It's supposed to be simple.
but it's profound.
So that's been my whole deal, right? A few years back, I went to a minimalistic wardrobe. So I got 4 pair of jeans, 4 pair of sneakers, white shirts, black shirts, and a few gray shirts. And it did 3 things for me. Number 1, no more decision fatigue around like, what am I going to wear today? I never have that issue no more. I pack on the day I leave. Anywhere. I go out of the country, I pack the day I leave.
Yeah.
I already know what I'm wearing, right? It's the most predictable wardrobe of all time. But what I found out about a minimalistic wardrobe is, number 1, right, it reduces decision fatigue. Number 2, the majority of people in the world are self-conscious. They're not even self-aware.
Yeah.
They're self-conscious.
Yeah.
People are so conscious of self, they won't even know you have on the same thing at all. So when I was a lead pastor, I wore the same outfit for a month. I picked a blazer a shirt and jeans. I wore it for the whole month. It wasn't like, what am I wearing next week? No. Is it May? It's that blazer and those jeans and a white shirt, right? So I had really 4 outfits a year because I just recycled the jacket. Like after like the third month, I just put back on the jacket I had because I liked it and I looked good at it. And here's what inevitably what most people say: you always dress so nice. They didn't even notice. I'm like, this is the same exact thing I've been wearing for about 5 months out this whole year.
Yeah.
And then I had, and then the third thing is the less people are drawn to what you're wearing, the more they pay attention to what you're saying.
Yeah.
And as a communicator, I just thought, oh, that's the life hack right there. So it just made me more intentional about the simplicity that I already had. That approach was already being brought to the way I wanted to present the gospel message.
Yeah.
Right? This is the story. I'm going to just tell y'all the story.
Yeah.
Now, I bring humor to it. I make it come alive because the Bible's like a pop-up book to me. But I'm just going to tell you what it already says.
Yeah.
There's nothing else there. Actually, it just says what it says.
Yeah.
And I'm going to just reenact what it says, you know, and hopefully you can find yourself in the narrative. But I just realized that even what we do with the basement, that's why I didn't want it to be no pretense, right? Like quiet on the set. I'm in my house and I'm going to tell my kids to be quiet, or my wife walks in and I'm gonna be like, we're taping, honey, like, and like not acknowledge her. You know what I mean? I believe it works because it's simple.
Yeah.
It's profound because it's simple.
Yeah.
We're not playing up to nothing. It is what it is. I've invited you in my house.
Yeah.
To give us the gift of you, right? You know what I mean? Without having cue cards to be like, and the next thing,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Exactly. And so when you did that,
Yeah. Yeah.
how did that turn? There's no way we would have got out of you what we've gotten out of you,
Right.
if this was prescribed.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's just so. It's so refresh. Like I'm watching you in a castle in Belgium, eaten off stone. Like the closest I've been to that is at medieval times. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's the closest I can relate because I ain't been to Belgium on a whim to go get some inspiration. You know what I mean? But it's eerie that it's the same 2 words.
Yeah. That's why I was like,
That's eerie. I remember your
yeah.
reaction. I remember your reaction. But this context is crazy, like unbelievable. Wow.
yeah. It's really that. Yeah, because like he was trying to really get closer to, how can we get closer to life as God made it?
Yep.
Even like being like, one of his things was like, I want to be a 3-year-old. Like, because that is when our imagination is most unhindered and we're closest to the original way God made us.
Yeah.
And the creativity that comes from not being within the confines of how society tells you you're supposed to be. And
Yeah.
he's like, sometimes people are too smart to receive the freeness of what, like there's so much that God would give us for free, but we're too smart because we think we have to manufacture. Like if you read the ingredients of like the cheap ice cream, it has like 50 ingredients. All the science that went into manufacturing ice cream. And then you read the ingredients of Haagen-Dazs. 4 things that God made in their closest form to the way that he made them. And that's what makes it valuable. So what does that say about us as humans? All the manufacturing, the engineering, the schooling. And it's like all of these actions are working against our faith a lot of times.
Right.
In like it was our, just even forget about if you're a Christian or not. Just on the merits of what God did when he made you. Forget about what God did when he gave salvation for you.
Right. Yeah.
Like just you and the intricacies of the artistry that he made when he made you.
Yeah, absolutely correct.
Without taking you through all of this, you got to be this and
Right.
then you'll be, and it's like you're already rare.
Yeah.
You're already, there is already never going to be another you.
Ever
And if
in
you
life.
if you can lean into what that means, like press into what is you.
Yeah, absolutely correct.
It's like you're already leagues set apart
Yeah.
from everything everybody else is.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
then you put on top of that, your leagues apart because of what God did when he made you.
Correct. Period.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Without you adding anything to
Right.
it.
Absolutely
it's like,
correct.
it's just, I just am because of what he did.
Yeah.
And then you add to that what God did when he did the work of salvation for you, the work of deliverance for you. Like, yes, it's work to receive it,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
but it's not work to make it a reality.
No, it's not.
He
No,
did
it's
that
not.
work.
He did all that already.
Yeah, it's like,
yeah,
so
yeah.
how can we stay out of his lane as much as possible? We would have the greatest manifestation of wealth possible simply by letting the greatness that God did have its place.
Yeah.
And then we just place stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
We edit.
Yeah, yeah,
like
yeah,
we
yeah,
shape
yeah.
it.
Yeah, for sure.
But we let the potency
Yep.
come from him instead of, well, I gotta take up all this space and be great.
Yeah,
And how can I make myself great?
yeah. No.
You don't have to
You
make
don't- you
yourself
don't- you
great.
don't.
He
No.
already made you great.
That's exactly right.
And that's the greatest form of greatness you could ever
Yeah.
manifest in
Yeah.
this world is letting the greatness that God made you be what you project into the world.
Yeah,
And then you steward that greatness.
that's exactly right.
You take care of it.
That's right.
You-
That's right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
You that's not to say you don't learn, because you
Yeah.
can sharpen, like you can sharpen things.
Yeah.
You can, set designated times to express certain things that are uniquely you.
Right.
It's like,
Right.
I could be a singer, but if I never sing,
Yeah.
like he made me a singer,
Right.
but if I don't even have time
Right.
in my day
Right.
where I sing,
Right, exactly.
it's like, that's on me
That's
as
right.
a steward
That's correct.
for not stewarding the greatness
Right.
that he put in me.
Right.
But that's not making me great.
No.
That's just me stewarding what he did.
That's exactly right.
You know what I mean?
No,
So
I
it's
do.
like,
It's Genesis 2. Genesis 2, like I really do wish Genesis 3 was really like Genesis 30. Right? Like I wish like J.R.R. Tolkien wrote Genesis, because we would have had at least 20 chapters of just like how lush the garden was and how far the rivers ran, and you know what I mean? I wish there was more.
yeah.
There wasn't, right? 1, 2, 3, it's all over. Sin has entered the world and we're all screwed, right? It just sucks. But Genesis 2 to me is like this beautiful reminder of like how easy it was for Adam and Eve to be.
Yeah.
They weren't doing anything.
Right.
They were just being, right? Like, and the way I describe it is these lights aren't working. They're being. They're being.
Yeah.
They were created to light up.
Right.
If they were flickering, they would be striving.
Right.
The flickering lets you know, oh, it's trying to be,
Yeah.
but it can't. So there's labor involved.
Yeah.
That's what happened after sin. Was now you have to work by the sweat of your brow.
Yeah.
Well, what were they doing before? They weren't working. They were being.
Yeah.
Right. And
productive.
and incredibly productive. Right. But they didn't have to like, oh, we're gonna have to like, oh, how are we gonna get a harvest? All they had to do was manage
Yeah.
what they were dropped into.
Yeah.
Right? And after sin, they they actually blended in with what they were supposed to be on the outside of managing.
Yeah.
And that's what most of us do
Yeah.
when we're not in this place with what the Lord is. We blend into or bury ourselves within the things we're supposed to be outwardly managing.
Yeah, have authority over.
Yeah, I'm supposed to have authority over this. My identity is not supposed to be in what I do.
Yeah.
I am being somebody that gets to do a thing.
Right.
I'm not flickering. I'm not laboring. I'm just being.
Right. This is my domain. This is my domain.
This is dominion for me. I am fruitful in multiplying this.
Yeah, tending, but I am not synonymous with this.
That's absolutely correct. I have a high school diploma. I knew higher education was never for me, but I realized at a really, really young age, when I talk, I get money. Point blank. Period.
Yeah.
When I talk, money comes to me.
Yeah.
So I'm going to become excellent at communicating.
Yeah.
And I would generate wealth like this.
Wow.
I'm not working right now. People are like, what is it like? You've left ministry and now you're a podcaster. And man, you look busy. I see you everywhere. I'm like, those are clips. You see me everywhere on social media. You don't see me everywhere in real life. I'm an introvert. You ain't gonna see me nowhere that I'm not supposed to be on my calendar that Eunice Silverberg has not set up for me, right? Like, I'm being right now.
Yeah.
You singing that song right now wasn't like, well, I mean, if y'all want me to, I mean, I haven't warmed up, but you went right into that thing. This is what you do.
Yeah.
This is who you are.
Yeah.
So Victory is being a singer. She's not doing it.
Yeah.
Which is why it didn't matter if you were in Central Park on the subway or on a platform with Quincy on the couch. You're just continuing to be who you are.
Yeah. Well, that's what I had to learn.
Yeah.
You know, because that was the thing.
That's right. That's what was
that
the
was
fight.
the big revelation for me. It's like, what if all along I've just been extremely valuable?
The whole time. The value, you didn't increase in value in front of Quincy.
Right.
You didn't increase in value standing in front of Jay-Z.
Blew my mind.
You were a diamond in the subway.
Exactly.
A 100-carat diamond.
Exactly. I was like, oh, that's what made, and then me believing that meant that I needed to stop doing all these actions that are working against this belief. Meaning, I'm going to fast because I got this big performance coming up and I want to make sure that I'm good enough. No, it's like,
you're already good. I'm already accepted.
Exactly.
I'm already loved.
Oh my gosh. I cried when I caught this revelation.
That's beautiful. It's liberating.
Like, oh my gosh.
Oh, the freedom in it.
There's not a higher place that I could be than where I already am.
Yep. All
this, like, I will, if I work hard enough, then I'll be good enough to be liked and accepted. And which is why I don't typically like these award show, like, context.
Yeah, understand. Yeah.
Because it's like, I don't want anything to work against the belief of I'm already so valuable.
Right, absolutely.
Which is why I love how you guys value people.
Oh, thank you.
You know, because I have to be prepared for where every environment will place my value.
Understood. Wow.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like,
yes,
there's and because God will call me into all these different kinds of environments.
Yeah.
Sometimes the value is placed way low in how they perceive my value. And I'm still called to do the job.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And not by them, by God.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I have no right to feel any kind of way because they just didn't see me up here.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And like, you know, it could be in any kind of context, especially Christian circles. Like, it's so value the way it's honored in church. It's like, sometimes it's like way more in the world.
So true.
You know what I mean? Like,
way true.
Yeah.
Way true.
So you just have to prepare your heart.
Yeah.
For how it's like once I was asked by the CEO of Starbucks to come do a private concert for his foundation. And the value that he placed on me was beyond anything I'd ever fathomed or thought I was worthy of.
Yeah.
But then after that, I was like then after that, I was like, I'm up here. Like, I don't need to accept anything that's less than
right.
X, Y, Z. And it's just like, no, it's like God has called me in all of these spaces.
Yep.
And I have to be able to independently hold my value.
Absolutely correct.
Regardless of how the places I go place value on me.
Yeah, absolutely
So
correct.
they might be like, oh, well, you're an emerging artist and not many people have heard of you. So we're not going to let you walk the red carpet. Or we're not going to, all the different like
exactly.
things. Or
Yeah.
you're standing in the, like this is where the second rate artists go.
Right.
That,
Absolutely. Yeah.
All the things. And it's like, I know I am the highest form of greatness that I could be.
Absolutely. Right now.
Exactly.
Right this minute.
And just because I'm not honored as such doesn't change that I am.
Absolutely correct.
That's what I had to learn in this journey, because it's like I'm looking back over to justify all those years singing in the subway, singing in the park.
Yeah.
And it's like all the while I was this high valued.
That's right.
High, like very precious.
Yeah.
Very, and it's like I didn't just magically become the moment Jay-Z.
Yeah, that's
found.
exactly right.
You know what I mean? It's
That's
like
exactly right.
all the way, all around.
Yeah.
And so it means a lot. Like I show up anyway. I do my job.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
I say,
Yeah.
I sing, whatever. God, I find the why. I look for the person. Like it might not even be about a performance when I'm in a place. Sometimes it might be a connection with an intern or a person. And that is what the big thing that God sent me on this particular day to this particular situation.
Yeah.
It's not about what I receive.
Right. Understood.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it means a lot when people do value me highly.
Absolutely correct.
And value sometimes, if it's like a college and they pull together, or a church, like I did this small church in California, and they pulled together $500.
It was meaningful.
It was a high value.
Yes, it was.
A high value. It meant
value is relative.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
You can feel it.
High value.
Yeah, high value. Absolutely.
And then you go to some other places and they spent more on the place setters than they did on your flight to you to get there. And it's like you could feel tight. And it's tempting to take on, and I've had this before where it's like, well, I'm never going to be like taken advantage of, and
right. I understand that.
all of those things. But I've gotten to mature beyond that and be like, people will maybe perhaps feel as if they're taking advantage. But I have to be sensitive to what the invitation God has before me and do that. But anyways, I was trying to say that the way you guys and I know this is not specific to me, you value every one of your guests, flying them in first class, like seeing what their needs are, all of these things. That you don't need to do that. You guys have a huge platform. People would fly themselves here. You know what I mean?
Oh my goodness.
You could totally pocket that and put it towards something really nice for yourselves. It's really not necessary. But you choose to do it because of the value that you place on each individual.
Right.
And that's a big deal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a big deal. It's a form of worship.
It is. Oh my God.
it's it's like you think of like David, who's like, I will not sacrifice anything to God that cost me nothing. I'm not gonna offer anything. It didn't cost me. And it's like, I've been in a lot of like very powerful places where I respect these mighty men and women of God. But the value that they place on certain things, because they can get it for free, they do. It's just the norm.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, it's not necessary.
Yeah.
And so it's just, I want to be like that.
Yeah.
Like you guys, you know, like generous because it's an opportunity to place heaven's value
Yeah.
on an individual.
Yeah.
And not because, oh, well, and this is a thing in the entertainment industry. Oh, well, you know, Wyclef needs all the space in the green room and all the hors d'oeuvres and all the things. And that's the opener. So she can just change in the bathroom and like,
exactly. Eat
here's a
some
granola bar.
Cheetos.
Like, you know what I mean? It's not like all the value is
Right,
here because
right.
this person has earned this value,
right,
and
exactly.
that person hasn't.
Right.
It's like, how precious is each one of these
Yeah.
children?
Yeah.
And we have an opportunity to model a
That's right.
fraction of how precious God sees them
Absolutely.
in this moment.
Absolutely.
And I can see all of that. It's so valuable and precious.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That makes me so emotional. It really does. And I'm a emo, so that's my deal. But I you know, my I'm not gonna even try to put these glasses back on. My philosophy, Victory, is that the most precious resource in the earth is human resource. We're the ones that put valuation on gold. We're the ones that put valuation on diamonds. We put valuation on silver. We put valuation on oil.
Yeah.
We put valuation on clothing. We put valuation on companies. We put valuation on brands, which makes us the most prized commodity in the earth.
Right.
God thinks we are the most prized. He didn't send his son to die for turtles.
Yeah, right.
Turtles are cute. Even when they're mutants, right? Like, I love turtles. They're not us.
Right.
Who is man that thou art mindful of him?
Yeah.
Thou hast made him a little lower than the angels and crowned him with glory and honor. Like he values us in a way that perplexes angels.
Yeah.
And vexes demons. Right? Like we should not be bestowed with this.
Right.
And so for me, I just feel like it's impossible for me to know what he's done for me and not do everything within my power to ensure somebody else feels that.
Yeah.
So we just really you noticing that is just so it blesses me because I want you to feel that.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't want it to be. I don't want that to be lost on anybody.
Right.
That they're valuable. That we care about you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I know what it is to fly a long distance in coach. And then get off the plane and like go get a bag and like I guess I'm gonna see if they got some McGriddles.
Exactly.
You know, at McDonald's for me to, well, flying 3 hours and like, you know, getting peanuts and then trying to figure out, okay, I'm hungry when I get off the plane is different from flying 3 hours and do you want the breakfast or do you want the fruit plate?
Yeah.
even if you don't eat it, like at least it was an option.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? And at least you got to recline, and you wasn't one of 3 in a row. And do you have to do it? No. Did Jesus have to do it? No.
That part.
And the fact that you even put up that verse, because that's my verse, like, I will not take anything that costs me nothing. I believe in paying full price, whether it's for an experience, whether it is for the conversation, if it's for the house, if it's for, like, I don't mind paying full price. Like it's when something is valuable, I will pay the coin. Right now, I'm frugal. I don't like this shirt. I wanted this shirt. I wanted some shirts that said winning season, and I called whoever be making these shirts. I just Googled like who makes shirts, and they would do little small runs as long as it was like I think the lowest quantity was like 10.
Yeah.
And so I got 10 medium shirts, and then I gave some away, and then I kept the ones that I wanted. Like, yeah, but then if it needs to cost what it costs,
Yeah.
I'm paying what it costs. I'm not like, is it gonna go on sale? Because the gospel is free, but it ain't cheap.
Right. Right. Very costly.
It costs something.
Yeah.
So I
don't mean to interrupt. I gotta use the restroom.
I love it. You're home.
Sorry.
Please go use the restroom. And we ain't gotta we don't stop either. You gonna go to the restroom and come back, and we just gonna keep right on going. This is how you know we've been going long, fam. This is clearly gonna be a 3-hour pod.
This isn't the first 3-hour pod though, right?
It is not. I think this will be our 3rd.
What was our other 3-hour pods?
The 2 other ones.
See the disrespect I got to deal with here? He's generous, but he's disrespectful today.
Dude, you expect me to know like who? I mean, how many episodes have we done? I can't remember. I just know that we've had a 3-hour pod. It has happened. It has absolutely happened. So, but this conversation has been, oh my goodness, I don't want it to end.
I don't want it to end, and bro, she is so genuine and iconic. She didn't even lead for the first 2 hours with, yeah, I worked with Jay-Z or Kanye.
No.
That came up later when you asked about it.
Well, her anchor is real.
The anchor is very real.
Her anchor is real. That's not there is nothing I have experienced today about Victory Boyd that is shallow, superficial, pretentious, arrogant. This is her anchor is real. Her anchor is real. Her anchor is real, and you can tell. And I didn't need all this time to tell that, but you can just tell when you're talking to somebody what they are tethered to. Right. Everybody's been talking about that submarine that, unfortunately, went down and, didn't come back up. Right. And what everybody's wondering is, why wasn't it tethered to anything? But that's what happens when you go deep into something. When you're not tethered, you get lost.
Yeah.
And you don't come back up. Right. And so whether that's going deep or going high, something must tether you. We were just talking about you being grounded. You being grounded. There is nothing superficial about you. There is nothing pretentious about you. There is nothing shallow about you. Like God gave you this platform as a direct result of what you allowed him to do in excavating your soul.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Because you can't be in the spaces and places that you are
Yeah.
if it's shallow.
Yeah.
Like I felt like there was such a maturity, even what you said about Kanye. Like, I just wish there was more that he had done internally. Because that was that's been always my prayer, is like, for all these people that are around him, does anybody love him enough to be like, hey, bro, do we want to be like, do we want to have a pick or do we want to have a shovel? Yeah. Because picks and shovels do two different things. Yeah. You can find some nuggets with a pick, but you can only go deep with a shovel. Yeah. Right. And so, and that's still my prayer, is that what he was able to do with Jesus is King is matched with the work, the depth of that body of work, right? Musically, that would happen in his soul, spiritually. And when those two things come together, there's 10 more albums. Right.
There's a movement.
There's a movement with that. You know what I mean? And man, that you are a part of that remnant, and for you to be here, to be able to be present, and be an influence to our generation is like, I'm what I refer to as an optimistic realist. Like, I used to just be an optimist, but I'm 48 now, so some reality is set in. Like, there's some people that just don't want it. You know what I mean? Against your prayers, against your admonitions, against your exhortations, against your encouragement. Some people don't want it, and so you got to realize that not everybody wants it. I'm so happy that you're here now. God, I'm so happy that you're here. It's like it makes me so hopeful for people that need to meet Jesus. Not somebody's denomination. Right. Not somebody's doctrinal stance. Right. The truth is a person. Yeah. His name is Yeshua. Yeah. He is the Messiah that was promised as early as Genesis 3:15. Yeah. The seed of the woman shall bruise the head of the serpent, and he shall bruise his heel. Right. That was about Jesus. Yeah. I mean, calling Abram out from the nations to go into covenant and make him a different person that would lead to a different group of people. That was all about Jesus coming. Yeah. And people should know that dude. Yeah. They should know that rabbi. Yeah. In the same way the Queen of Sheba said, the half has not been told. I got to go back. What I was told, y'all didn't even get close. I had to come see it for myself. And now I'm overwhelmed. And I'm about to send you some more stuff. Yeah. And then the Samaritan woman said, come see a man. Not come see somebody that debated me over the tenets of the faith. Not, oh my goodness, I thought I knew what the principle of water baptism was, but somebody showed me a more excellent way. Not, you know what? I had gave up tithing, but then I heard this teaching and now I tithe again. Come see a man. Yeah. Not a thing. Not a church service. Yeah. A man. Yeah. And that man is important. He's been important. He still is important. Yeah. He really lived. Yeah. He really did miracles. He really cried. He was really angry. He really slept. God in flesh. He died. Yeah. Was buried. Got up with all power in his hand. Stripped death, hell, and the grave. Talk about a trifecta. Wow. And then ascended to sit at the right hand of his Father and daily make intercession for us. That dude is coming back again. Yeah. And before he does, I'm telling everybody about him. I want to introduce him to a man. Yeah. Not a theology. Church. Not a church. Go to church. Be a part of a community. Yay. But that community should be centered around that man. Yeah. You know what I learned? Because I went probably about 7-8 years not going to church. Understood.
When I was a teenager or young 20s, I was so devout in going to church. And I went through this thing where I was following every little thing that they said, and I would take it and apply it. And I wasn't a casual churchgoer. I was like,
you were in it.
I want God.
Yeah,
and that made me really vulnerable to if there was a trace of something that wasn't God. I mean, I was jumping off a cliff on it.
When humanity showed up, you were like, I hate all of you.
Well, not even, because I didn't have the ability to discern.
Got you. Okay.
So it's that I just was consuming it all.
Oh, got you. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Got it. Understood.
And so it was like my dad was like, got on my case because he didn't go to church. And so I was like thinking, oh, well, I'm trying to do better than my dad. And
Yeah, for sure.
But then my dad broke it down as like, you know, you're going to this church and it's a Pentecostal church, but they're teaching out of this book that you're consuming and doing everything exactly that the book says. That book was written by Baptist theologians. And I'm like, okay.
So it wasn't even the Bible.
No, it was, I mean, they taught from the Bible, but this was the devotional book.
Yeah, for sure.
So, that's just my dad saying stuff.
Yeah.
My dad fought me for like 2 months.
Yeah.
Trying to educate me on the different doctrines and why it's not just all one church.
Right.
Because people choose to believe certain things, and then that creates that offshoot.
Right, that's correct.
And then this group choose to believe this thing, and that creates that offshoot. Right. So there are all these different offshoots, and then he's like, we come from this people that believe this. He sat me down, and we watched this documentary on William Seymour. And Azusa Street.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, that's where I come from.
Exactly. And the Azusa Street revival and the movement that came out from there, and generations of, like all the Assemblies of God, and then Pentecostal Assemblies of the World, and the blacks and the whites, and then it split off here, and then all this, and so now you're here, and now and you were born in this,
absolutely,
oh, okay,
here's where you are on the space line continuum,
exactly, and so this book comes from this,
that's right,
and they believe this, which is why you're consuming, like they're coming from this paradigm,
right? And
you're just eating everything from all paradigms. Calvinist paradigm, and then this paradigm.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
it's like, And so then I was like, oh, so there's traces of false doctrine in here. So I went and I told my youth pastor.
Hey, can we talk real quick? No, your sermon was great. I just want to, on page 82.
But the problem was I believed everything that this book said, and I went off and I did the things. And it's just not 100% true. According to the scriptures and according to this and all this stuff. And he didn't receive anything I said. What he said in response is, our head pastor approved this book and said that it's good for everybody we wouldn't give it to you if it's not safe for you. And then I said, oh, I know, but like, you probably didn't see this part. Or
your pastor probably didn't see this either. Page 82. Exactly. I actually folded the page in so you could get it to it faster. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And then he mentioned our board of elders reviewed the book, and they all approved. And I said, I know, but it's like this church was founded by David Wilkerson, and it's like the Pentecostal church, and this is not a book from that theology and all of that.
Yeah.
He said, listen, if you don't have confidence in your leadership at this church, then you don't need to be coming here anymore. And I was I was
Wow.
I was like 17 years old.
Wow. 1-2 bye. Unbelievable.
Yeah, but I was at church like all the time, like every Bible study, every small group, every church service, like, yeah. And so it was hard. Like, that was my experience with God, like connecting with God through this.
Yeah, for sure.
So then after that, I literally started crying on the spot, and then shook his hand, said, "Thank you for your time." And then I left and didn't go back. Wow. And I tried to go to other churches, but I always found something I didn't agree with. And I would hear his words, if you don't have confidence in this leadership, then you don't need to be coming here. I'm like, so I was like, I guess let me save him the time, both of us the time, before they kick me out of here.
Yeah.
And so I just, I would just, I appreciated, I valued churches, but I didn't have one for me.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? I always did like YouTube and, you know, and I always keep my Bible close, like always, like, you know, but, and then it was last year, like, I had been fellowshipping with a particular church in Texas, and I would go back and forth from New York to Texas just because I like it's like different here. Everybody's so intensely, like in New York. Yeah, there are people there that love God, but here it's like extreme. Like
it's the South.
It's not like an exception that people are passionately letting go of everything to pursue a life with God and put him first. And I'm like, I want to be where people are that are like that, and not just God fits into their life.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's like you know, and
selling out.
Exactly. So like I would fly back and forth. And last year, I had made it my thing because during this time period, I fellowshipped with every kind of church. There was one time period I was fellowshipping with Seventh-day Adventists. Like I wasn't one of them.
Yeah.
But and also I was aware, like, okay, these different denominations have their strong suits, but also their weaknesses.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so it's like I can now respect every single denomination without being one of them. You know what I mean? So it's absolutely. Like there's some revelation that they catch, because there's certain blessings that consistently Seventh-day Adventists
for sure.
get.
Yeah.
And so like I started to like, okay, one day a week I need to like consecrate it to God.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
find the mystery in why and what. And so there's this one day I was like, okay, this is my day unto God. And I was in Texas, and today my goal was to write a love song to God.
Yeah.
Like I can write the most prolific songs, but it depends on who you're writing it for. That determines if you hit the nail on the head or not.
Yep.
So it's like, it could be prolific according to my standard, but this is a song for God.
Yeah.
And I kept going through all these chords and phrases and scriptures, and I couldn't find the combination of chords, lyrics, and melodies that would suffice, that would make God's heart feel moved and loved by me. And the thing is, I wanted to do this not so that I could get more blessings from him, because he was giving me so many blessings already without me figuring this out. Or, you know, he was taking such good care of me, miracles, all these things. It's like, now I want to do something for you.
Yep.
It's not like a contingent kind of thing. And the Lord showed me that the only lyric that has the power to move his heart in feeling loved by me is the lyric yes. And the only composition that has the power to move his heart is the composition of the ashes of my flesh. I said, let the chords be composed of the ashes of my flesh, and let the lyrics be composed of the word yes. And I thought of the thing that I was most afraid to say yes to, and it was becoming a sheep in a flock at a church. And I said, but all that because I had been like, oh, I could be here, I could, you know, but I saw all the reasons why not.
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
Because I don't agree with that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely, for sure.
And y'all ain't gonna catch me like, well, if you don't agree, you don't need to be here.
Yeah.
Like, sorry, I'm already not there. Like,
wow.
You know, and it's
Wow.
like, now it's like, okay, I am going to submit myself because this is my love song to God. And I don't care what you guys do or don't do. It's not about you.
That's
I'm
right.
Here.
That's exactly right.
Mm-hmm. Because you're going to, I almost gave up several times since that. I'm not taking back my love song from God was my commitment. So, I mean, election season came around. But here's the thing. This is why I started telling this story. Okay.
This is great. This is fantastic. This is gold, fam. This is gold. This is gold, y'all. Lord have mercy.
The reason I started to tell this story is because there was one point in time, one day I said, that's it. I gave my yes. I'm not taking it back, but I am done here. And because that's a good basis. You know how analytical I am. I found basis for false doctrine that could lead a lot of people, and I don't need to be associated in all these things.
Yep.
And Jesus is like, you're gonna find it everywhere, because everywhere, everything has the potential to become corruptible.
Absolutely correct.
Everything except for me.
That's right. That's absolutely correct.
Every single organization.
Correct.
Every single person.
Correct.
They could be sold out to Jesus today, and then tomorrow there's a trace.
Absolutely.
Of corruption.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's like, I'm trying to protect myself from corruption. And he's like, you can't. You're in the world. And the thing is, though, so if everything has potential to be corrupted, and everything to some degree is eroding and has corruption, then what becomes the standard that we pursue in these bodies and in these flocks and these organizations and in life in general? And Jesus showed me, to the extent that an organization helps you connect to the incorruptible Jesus, that is the extent that they're useful. So,
can I clone you? What is happening here?
To the extent that they help you reach the only incorruptible one. Because every organization, you know, there's a lot of things happening in a lot of focuses. But if at the end of the day, you are not getting to, there's a lot of stuff in between you actually encountering Jesus, is probably not the most effective. And like, if they're good at that, but they also have all these other things that go on, it's like, measure it by how well you get to Jesus.
That part.
It's like, and don't even don't even like measure them according to, I mean, sure, there needs to be accountability and all these things, but like, that's not your why. Your why is that I can better access the one that will never let me down because of the environment that's curated in this ministry. Like, I can access Jesus on my own, yeah. But I don't have to only access him on my own. I could do it in community, and that is important to Jesus. You know what I mean? That's important to him, that we are not isolated. And trust me, I have every reasoning, and there is so much validity for why you would and why you wouldn't be associated, and that's too much liability, that's too much rope. But it's like, but Jesus is there, you know? The incorruptible one is there.
The incorruptible one is amongst all of our corruption.
Exactly.
Right? Peter's denying him. Thomas is doubting him. Judas is betraying him.
Yeah.
John's trying to protect him. Like, let's just break down who he hand chose
Yeah.
to walk with him. They're all corruptible. And all were corrupted.
Yes.
Even John the Beloved, who we just think is the darling, right?
Yeah.
He says, hey, there's a guy who's casting out demons in your name, but we told him to stop because he's not with us. And Jesus is like, if he's not against us, he's for us. Like, calm down, dude. Everybody's not going to be on your team. You know what I mean? I just, what you're saying, there's such a level of maturity that you have to come to accept that.
Yeah.
I feel like I won the lottery as it relates to like churches. Right. So I got saved in my parents' church, God's Way of Holiness Fellowship. They pastored for 15 years bivocationally. And I gave my life to Jesus there. Okay. A year and a half later, I joined the Potter's House in Dallas, Texas with TD Jakes. Okay. I'm there for 13 and a half years. It was a beautiful, amazing experience. Did I agree with everything? No. Go to Gateway with Robert Morris. That's the church that hires me, takes me in, sends us to plant Embassy City. Gateway is an amazing church. Did I agree with everything? No. I pastored Embassy City for 7 years. Did I agree with everything? No. I was the lead pastor of the church, man. I didn't agree with everything we did.
Yeah.
Right? And neither did the people that were going there. But in a community, I live in Denton, Texas.
Yeah.
Okay? There is some condom shop up the street. I don't agree with what they sell there. But it's in my city. I just pass it. I haven't stopped to picket it. Can't believe this city won't be purged until this place closes down in Jesus' name. Right? I'm not picketing the liquor store on the corner because it could attribute to spikes in alcoholism and domestic violence. Do I like it there? Do I like the end result of what some consumers of liquor produce? No, I don't. It's a part of my city.
Yeah.
There's homelessness that's a part of my city. There's some crime in my city. Not a lot. Not enough for me to pack up and move. It's just there. It's a beautiful city, and there's some spots about it that I don't really like. But it's my community. I'm a Dentonite. That's the church.
Yeah.
I don't like how some churches act around election year. You act like you got a president in heaven. You don't. He's a king. So just vote for who you think's going to do right for the next 4 years and get her on amount your business. We have a king.
Yeah.
Right? Who's coming back again, not a president that we keep crossing our fingers is going to get another term.
Right.
So I don't put my trust in that. And when I see y'all flailing and thinking that the end of the existence of Christianity is determined by your next president. This is horribly myopic, right? Like the gospel has prevailed for the last 2,000 years. You think the next president's gonna make it, gonna make it either tilt in a positive or negative direction?
Yeah.
God forbid, right? I scoff at the even thought of it, right? I feel like that's why I said I wanted to clone you, Victory, because if people had that perspective and that maturity, the churches would fill back up. I can't tell you how many churches is emptied off of that sentiment.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? And I do want to pause and say, I'm so sorry that was your youth pastor. I'm sorry. He was whack. His response was whack.
Oh well, it was, but I still honor him.
Absolutely.
I sang. I haven't seen him since then, but I sang at this event earlier this year, and he was there. And I said from the stage, I want to honor the leaders and the spiritual leaders that played a role in forming who I am.
Your soul is old, child. I'm sorry. You have the oldest soul that I know under 30 right now. I'm so that soul is old. You hear me? That's a seasoned soul in this body.
Yeah.
Wow.
I just felt a very tangible, like,
Absolutely correct.
when I said that from stage.
Yeah, because there's no offense.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't harbor any offense.
Yeah. And the thing is, I'm already well on my way. I'm standing here in glory. Like, I'm standing in this performance, and it's like you see me in like this, like, where'd this person come from? Like, it's just like in power.
Yeah.
But at that time, I was so fragile.
Yeah.
As a kid.
Yeah,
And I
yeah,
was
for sure.
Like, I was weak, but I was still there every day for like 4 years. You know what I mean?
Right, exactly.
Almost. Like, he didn't do everything wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
All right, Victory, I got to say this. I do not like what church does to people that hurt us or their church.
Yeah.
The level of selective amnesia
Yeah, exactly.
is egregious to me.
Right.
So I'll give you a case in point. So Ted Haggard. Ted Haggard was like in Colorado or something. He was the darling of whatever movement and denomination he was in. A whole lot of influence, the whole nine, right?
Yeah.
Then it came out that, he confessed that he was at massage parlors getting massages by men. Okay. And so he's got to step down from church, and he's disqualified from leading the church anymore. I understand immorality has consequences, right?
Yeah.
All of our sin has consequences. I ain't got a problem with none of that. Understand. This is the don't, many of you shouldn't be teachers, Paul said.
Yeah.
Right? Because the responsibility is extra on you, right? You're going to be scrutinized even more. The consequences are higher. But don't act like he was teaching Bible studies on the weekend about how to get massages by dudes. And so you done took 15 years of excellent Bible teaching and deleted it.
Yeah.
As if he was preaching a false gospel.
Right.
Those messages were the truth.
Yeah.
And the fact that you can't handle the truth of what he preached and hold.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
The corruption of his flesh.
Right.
Do you know this book would be a pamphlet? If our generation got to go, well, David.
Canceled.
David, we're not going to. I'm sorry, we had to take the Psalms out.
Yeah.
You know what he did with Uriah.
Yeah.
You know what he did with Bathsheba.
Yeah.
So now all the Psalms are gone?
Yeah. It's a messy truth.
It's a messy, and the Bible is real comfortable
With telling.
with the humanity
Yeah.
that these people go through, right? Like,
Right.
Actually, you know what, Victory? We're going to have to take the narrative. I know you just talked about Abram, but I don't know if you know that he lied when he went to Egypt
Yeah.
about his wife. So we actually don't talk about him here.
Right.
What?
Right.
But he's the father of our faith. But, you know, the lie, and then
Yeah.
we don't talk about Sarai either because, you know, basically, you know, having Hagar sleep with, I mean, and then we don't talk about Jacob at all
Right.
because, you know, it's the 12 sons of Israel, but they came through 4 different women, and
Yeah.
we don't want to talk about that. It's not either or, it's both and.
Yeah. It's more nuanced.
It's way more nuanced. The Bible is black, white, and sometimes red.
Yeah.
This is a lot of humanity.
Yeah.
And they left it. The writers did not go back and edit it for our sanitation.
Right.
Right. It's like, okay, let's do a deep scrub
Make
now.
it PG for the church.
No,
Like,
it's as ratchet as it wants to be from Genesis to Revelation.
yeah.
First murder came from 2 boys that came out the same womb. That's how quickly sin devolved. From Adam to Cain and Abel.
Yeah.
Murder. By the time Genesis 6 gets here, God is like, I'm about to drown everybody. Like this is legitimately a narrative of humanity, and if we can't navigate that amongst our communities
Yeah.
and still honor,
Right.
because you don't have amnesia,
Right.
it wasn't all bad.
Right.
It was good up until that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I can still remember what it was, and this is what I refer to as being honest and honoring.
Yeah. That's where I have to grow. I'm in the process of growing because when you withhold the honesty of the mess, it's like you're withholding the opportunity for God to make it right
That's absolutely true.
and for him to make it like how you gonna work this one out for
Right.
your glory, God. You know what I mean? Like it's like we're not trusting, but it's like also you can't. There's a certain degree of honesty that you can be publicly,
Yeah, publicly.
just
yeah.
because
Yeah.
it compromises a lot.
Right, for sure.
So, but I'm weighing the balance of like, because we were trained honor.
Yeah.
Like-
At the expense of honesty.
Exactly.
That's what it was.
Exactly.
And that's not an unhealthy hold on honor.
Right.
At all.
Right.
It really
right,
isn't.
Right.
Yeah.
It's also like if you look at Noah and his sons,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, I mean the honest thing was that Noah was drunk and naked.
Yeah.
And, like
Yeah, that's honestly where he was.
but like but the exposing of that was one son's heart and the covering of that was another.
Absolutely correct.
And so it's like the balance of how do you recognize that it's a problem without exposing it, and then how do you still honor? Like David honored Saul.
He did. By
was
not killing him.
Out to kill. It's like that's God's anointed. I
That's
mean,
right.
I get it,
Yeah.
but don't touch him
That's exactly right.
because we do not want that blood on our hands.
That's right.
It was an honor, like even though there was every reason, like the scars and the wounds
Yeah.
and all the things.
Yeah.
It's like, that is not what dictates what comes out of my mouth.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's not, even though, I need to be healed from those things. Like
Yeah.
that's not what dictates the actions we take.
That's exactly right.
You know, and so like, but I'm on my journey of like figuring out how to not in a fake way. I mean, no, there are real things that you honor, but it's like sometimes that honor, oh, thank you. It kind of gives covering to behaviors that demons can operate in. So that's what I'm trying to navigate right now.
Okay. No, I get that.
It's like you're not just covering a person, you're covering demonic activity.
Absolutely.
Because you just have to be so honoring.
Yeah. And this is what popped in my head. Specifically talking about David and him having to leave Saul, right? Because it's like, I believe David left Saul more because if I stay, I'm gonna have to kill you. Then if I stay, I'm gonna be killed.
Right.
Because David's a bloody warrior. Like,
right.
Saul didn't go fight Goliath. David. Right? To get Saul's daughter, he said, you got to go kill 100 Philistines. Your boy, and he said, come back with their foreskins, which, yikes. It's just weird. He actually goes to kill 200 Philistines and comes back with their foreskins. like David's a gangster, right? Like this man is a man of war. So I think David's like, okay, you're not going to keep throwing javelins at me. I'm going to wind up catching one of these and impaling you with it. And then it's going to be said that I murdered the king, right? And then he's tested twice.
Yeah.
He's given the opportunity to kill Saul.
Yeah.
And this is a test for David more than it is heart transformation for Saul. Because Saul never repents and never turns and winds up committing suicide. But when you know something and you're not in a position to expose it, you have to remove yourself.
Yeah.
Like I can't expose this, but I don't have to condone it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So for me, my test is always illegality and immorality. I can deal with the corruptible nature of man. Yeah. Because I have a corruptible nature.
Exactly.
As a man, right?
There goes I.
And if I find out it's illegal or immoral, deuces. Especially if there's nothing I can actually do about it. I'm not an elder. I'm not in a position to tell a person to blah, blah, blah. I will blow a whistle in a minute. I don't care nothing about I'm not honor at the expense of like sin.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Okay, so this is 1 Samuel 22. So David left Gath and escaped to the cave of Adullam. Soon his brothers and all his relatives joined him there. Then others began coming, men who were in trouble or in debt or who were just discontented, until David was the captain of about 400 men. So there's always people that see what you see. Yeah. Right? And there's going to always be remnant or a group of people that are going to be safe enough where you can be fully honest with them about the experience that you're having. Yeah. Because without having that space, your body cannot even relax. People, I have seen people throughout the years be honoring at the expense of being honest, and their whole body shuts down. Yeah. They get ulcers, they wind up with migraines, they wind up with sicknesses, they get cancers, because whatever doesn't come up and out of your mouth through words will come up and out of your body through actions. And I've seen a lot of people wind up acting out because they couldn't cry out. Yeah. They couldn't call an injustice an injustice because don't you put your mouth on the man of God and touch not my anointed. You know what I mean? And I'm over here like, well, that person is anointed and they're an a-hole. Point blank period. Like two things can be true. Like, you know what I mean? This person like really is a great preacher and they're a narcissist. Yeah. This person has the gift of faith. Like I've seen God do amazing things through them. And they are lovers of money. Right. And that manifests in the way they dress and how they operate and the way they take up offerings, and they get a little manipulative when it comes to atmospheres that are high, and they try to take some of that. They try to leverage it for themselves, and you should sow into this atmosphere. What? Where that at? Where is that? Just From Genesis to Revelation. Where is that? Right? So so I can see all of that.
Yeah.
But I may not be able to comment on all that
You're right.
to the public.
Right.
But I have friends in my cave of Adullam. You discontented too? What you discontented about? My boss threw a javelin at me. Yours too? It's a javelin throwing spirit running around in America right now. Okay, I see what's going on. Like, you got to have those people that you can say, did you see what I saw?
Yeah.
Or do you see this the way I see this? Or am I crazy? Am I looking at this wrong?
Yeah.
And that's what's been able to calibrate me and my therapist. That's what's calibrated me in navigating ministry for as long as I've been in it.
Wow.
Is I get to honor and be honest.
Yeah.
I will always honor publicly.
Yeah.
And not even but, I will honor publicly and I will always be honest.
Yeah.
Privately amongst the people that I have safety with.
Yeah.
About how I really feel about certain individuals.
Right.
But I'm never going to talk about them in public.
Yeah.
Because I don't find Bible for it.
Right.
I can't find it.
Yeah.
Samuel came to Saul in private. Nathan came to David in private. Right? The prophets that cried out against the kings, they had direct conversations.
Yeah.
Elijah went and talked to King Ahab and told him
Right.
something needs to change. He wasn't just megaphoning.
Yeah.
Out in a park in Israel. Hear ye.
Right.
King Ahab is a fool. No, he went and talked to him himself and
Yeah.
said, thus said the Lord.
Right.
Right. And so I'll talk about behavior and I'll talk about attributes. I've told our dwellers, hey, look out for this.
Yeah.
If you see this type of behavior, you need to run. I ain't got to say that's Prophet
Right.
Derek or, you know what I mean? Watch out for Pastor so-and-so. No, I can just take the attributes because it's consistent with Scripture.
Right.
The false teaching
That's
that
wise.
Peter talks about in 2 Peter chapter number 2, he lists the attributes of a false teacher.
Right.
He didn't say Cornelius is one. Cornelius over there in Samaria, he's one of these fools that no, he didn't do that. He said, here's the attributes for it. Watch out for this.
Right.
Watch out for this
wise.
behavior. Watch out for these attributes. Watch out for this type of personality.
That's wise.
You know they coming against you if they start doing this. And then it's like, oh.
Because really it's a spirit. You're not even talking about, because the spirit can take on all different kinds of people if they have those openings in them.
That spirit acts the same way in all of them.
Right. So now you just have the formula.
You have the
to
formula.
overcome every situation in life that
That's
you'll
right.
encounter these spirits.
Not just Cornelius.
Right.
But don't make it about him.
Right.
That's a spirit. Like we talk. You hear a lot of people talking about the Jezebel spirit.
Right.
It's a spirit. The attribute shows up in everybody.
Yeah.
That allows that spirit in. And I've seen more men with a Jezebel spirit than I've seen women in my lifetime. Here's the other caveat that most people don't talk about when they teach about the Jezebel spirit. They never talk about Ahab. Anytime somebody says a Jezebel spirit broke out in my church, my question is, who's Ahab? Because Jezebel has no authority.
Right. Who let it? Yeah.
Without the king giving her the authority. So, you the lead pastor, Jezebel spirit broke out. Who was Ahab? And I'll wait. You gonna admit it was you? While you doing all this teaching, you gonna admit you was Ahab?
Right.
You gonna admit you the one that handed the power over and the authority over? Or you just gonna sit here and be like, oh, Jezebel's just running wild. I've been praying and I've been trying to have devotion with her at night, but she still want to bow down to Baal. I tried my bet. No. Jezebel's spirit only has the power and authority that Ahab gives.
Wow.
So when you see a spirit of Jezebel, there's also a spirit of Ahab that has abdicated their power and authority. And that's why it has given her or him the authority to do what they've done.
Yeah. Wow. That's it. Wisdom. Wisdom.
Wisdom is the principal
It's
thing.
so much bigger.
It is always so much bigger.
Yeah.
It is always so much bigger. So that's my that's my philosophy
Yeah.
for navigating honor and honesty,
Yeah.
right? Because I believe in honor and I believe in honesty.
Yeah.
And I don't think that narrative has to always be articulated at the same time.
Right. That part.
It doesn't need
Because
to.
it can be a time
Right. There's a time for that.
honor.
That's right.
and
Absolutely.
A time for correction.
Yeah.
And like, just because like some people would, oh, you can't be honored because of these things. It's like, no, like this is a time
That's right.
to celebrate the provision and like everything that you did do.
That's right.
Because without that, there's so much that wouldn't exist.
Yeah.
you know?
My friend Corey said to me one time, there was a person that I had a very difficult time trying to honor
Yeah.
because of the proximity I had.
Right.
And he said, you know what, I was having a struggle with that too, and the Holy Spirit told me that this person has helped more people than they've hurt.
That part.
And I went, "Ooh, you right. Oh, I gotta go die real quick." Because that stung. Like, it should have been really beautiful. It is now.
Yeah.
But at the time, I was so mad.
Yeah.
I was like, but that person hurt me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm like, I need to go address that. But this person has helped 1,000x more
Yeah.
than they've hurt me or somebody else.
Yeah.
And so being able to release that
Right.
so that you can honor and still be honest and say,
Yeah.
I honor all the accomplishments, and that person hurt me.
Yeah.
And this is how it felt to me. And this is how I'm going to always look at this person through this lens. Even though I forgive them,
Right.
I'm going to keep my distance because
Yeah.
I'm not going through that again.
Yeah.
So-
And two things. One is I have a compassion for leaders and people of influence
Me
because
too.
I'm one of them. And I know I'm not getting everything right.
I know I'm not.
And I know there are people that are hurt because of the things that I didn't get right.
Right.
It's a cost for
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
Like, the cost, the casualties. Sometimes it lands on other people. Other people are absorbing the cost
That's
of
right.
my immaturity.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right, absolutely.
And it's like, I just pray they forgive me.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they can see
Yeah.
beyond that I'm still growing and I'm figuring out budgets and
Yeah.
all the things.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
mercy.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
That's one thing. And so that helps me
Mm-hmm.
to, not so brutally judge
Yep.
other great people
That's so good.
and other leaders, because it's a lot.
Yes, it is a lot.
And then, but also on the flip side, it's
So
like,
good.
this is what the Holy Spirit's dealing with me now. It's like, you are required to forgive people. But the thing in Christianity is a lot of times us forgiving people sometimes confuses us because we end up being in a position where we're forgiving spirits. We're never supposed to forgive Satan. You know what I mean? And it's like a spirit continues to operate through this person because you just have to forgive.
No, I'm so grateful you said that. So I went to a church. It was my first time going to this church.
Yeah.
I get picked up at the airport, and the lead pastor tells me, "I apologize that you are stepping into an awkward situation. I'm going to have to make an announcement at the end of all of your services that one of our churches has basically had a person that's gone rogue and split the church. And I'm going to have to address it at the end of your message." And he's like, I've forgiven the person.
Yeah.
And I've blessed them. And, but I have to part ways.
Yeah.
This is my first time ever with this person, right? Ever with the pastor, ever preaching at the church. So I'm sitting there and he's telling me all this. I forgive him. And I was okay till he said, "I've blessed them." And I said, you can't bless cancer. I said, Matthew 18 says, whatever you bind on earth shall be bound in heaven. Whatever you loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven. That passage that has been so misconstrued has to do with someone in the church that has not submitted to authority.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, heaven says you get to make the final verdict on them. And whatever your verdict is, we stand by it. If you bind them, we bind them. If you loose them, we loose them. What say ye? Because you have the spiritual authority over this individual.
Right.
So you have the right to say if this is bound or loosed.
Yeah.
I said, and you just blessed cancer? I said, you want him to do it again?
That part. But you in church, you think about all the things that you are dealing with, and then they say an altar call to forgive all the situations and all the things. And it's like, well, I must need to forgive. So you go up there, you get emotional. And it's like, okay, it's all clean now. And then it keeps happening.
I told him.
It's because the sophistication is nuanced.
That's right. That's absolutely correct.
Absolutely forgive the person, but you have to recognize that there are spirits at play.
Absolutely correct.
And you have those spirits, if that person is giving those spirits access to operate through them, then that's the extent that you can't just overcoat that and like it's all clean.
No, it's not.
It's like it would be if everything was closed off.
That's right.
To those spirits.
That's exactly right.
But those spirits are aggressive.
Absolutely.
And they are out to steal, kill, and destroy.
Absolutely.
And you're allowing them.
That's exactly right.
And it's like I even forgive you for allowing them.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know
for sure.
what I mean?
Yeah.
But I don't forgive them.
No, not at all.
Like that's like it's literally war. Like
it is.
And it's okay.
Yeah.
Like to be like, I hate Satan.
Right. Absolutely. Because I do.
I hate this spirit.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
And I will never forgive.
Yeah, absolutely correct.
And like that, who's responsible for all this brokenness and all of this, whatever that is like the issue.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to put the weight of that on a person, like to have the sophistication to differentiate, even if it's like I heard a story of this gentleman who was just brutally abused from a young boy, and he was telling his story of forgiveness. It was very moving, and it made a lot of people angry that he had to deal with that. And the nuance, though, is that yes, forgive your dad who did that to you.
Yeah.
But the spirit that came through him,
that's right,
is the one that we should never
absolutely
forgive.
Absolutely correct. Or put yourself back in harm's way again too.
Exactly.
If they haven't closed that door,
exactly, I
must now close the door to you.
Right.
And even though I've forgiven you,
right,
because you have still allowed that spirit to operate through you,
exactly,
it has now hindered my grace to have proximity to you.
Right.
Because I can't put myself in that space no more.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But I thought you forgave me. I did, but you can't come over my house.
Right. That part.
I'm not coming to the family reunion.
Right.
You know.
Part.
So that's what I did with this. I submitted to this pastor. I said, if you bless cancer, it's going to metastasize. And he's going to do it again. And he was like, I did not think. I was like, oh no, biblical excommunication is real. 1 Corinthians chapter number 5, Paul said, there's a dude among you that is out here doing stuff that even the Corinthians don't do. Now, Corinth was buck. It was LA, New York, Vegas, and Mardi Gras. It was New Orleans. It was all four of them cities at one time. He said, somebody in the church is doing something that the Corinthians don't do.
Right.
The dude was sleeping with his stepmom.
Ooh.
It's the book. 1 Corinthians
Yeah.
5. Paul said, kick him out. He said, I ain't even there. I heard about it and I already rendered judgment. Kick him out. So that his soul might be saved. Because biblical excommunication is supposed to make you feel the distance you should have felt spiritually with God. That's what biblical excommunication is for. It's not to punish the person.
Right.
It's to make them feel that they've been
That they've
ejected.
lost something.
They've lost something.
Yeah.
And hopefully in the losing, that
They'll
brings
value
forth
it again.
They'll value it again. It'll make their heart contrite. They'll repent and they'll come back
Yeah.
to reconnect. That's what excommunication is for.
I've never seen it like that.
Yeah.
That's powerful.
It's not like we hate you, get out,
Right,
never
right,
come
right,
back.
right.
It's almost like the prodigal son. Like, we'll give you what you need, but you have to go bye-bye.
Yeah.
Right? And hopefully, like the prodigal, he came to himself. And that's when he comes back home. So I just feel like if people had the understanding of the nuance,
Yeah.
but we don't the majority of people don't do well with tension.
Right.
They need it resolved immediately. That's why it's either black or white,
Yeah,
right
yeah,
or
yeah,
wrong, because I can't deal with the tension. But Israel's name literally means to wrestle. That's what Israel means. I wrestled with God and I won. But you don't want to wrestle with the text. You don't want to wrestle with somebody's humanity.
Wow.
You can't fathom that a person that loves Jesus compromised their integrity and had an emotional affair.
Yeah.
You can't fathom that somebody that gave their life to Jesus and became a preacher was hooked on prescription drugs from a back surgery
Yeah.
and became an addict and started doing stuff that was not lined up with the character of God.
Yeah.
That's shocking to you?
Right.
Have you read your Bible?
Yeah.
Have you read through your whole Bible, or are you just reading Proverbs
Right.
and the Gospels? So I'm very I could talk to you all day. Victory, Boyd, I could talk to you all. I have been talking to you at least a portion of this day. This has been.
What time is it even?
Is that, dude? Does that say 3 hours and 50 minutes?
Tim, I had to update you. So you're actually the second person to surpass the 3 hour mark. The only person was Shama.
Oh, Shama.
This is the new record. This is amazing.
That's crazy.
This is our longest pod ever. And when I tell you this time has,
I wasn't even.
I need to check in with your road manager. Like, is this okay? Are you like, we'll make it work? Do you have to get on a plane today?
Tomorrow.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, do you have okay, we'll stop because I don't know what the rest of y'all evening was supposed to be like. I don't know if you had another place to be.
Oh, it's okay.
I hope you haven't been bored because I have been.
Not at all.
This has been a blessing to my whole life.
Same.
Would you be opposed to coming back?
Oh, not at all. I'd
Like
love
for
to.
no reason at all. I just want to pick up. We can pick up where we left off or talk. I mean, you are refreshing to my whole soul. Keep talking for 9 minutes.
And then we'll reach
Please,
4 hours.
we have to surpass 4. What's your favorite food?
No. Oh my! What's your favorite food? That's hilarious. Now we're going for a record. No, I don't think we need to. That's so funny.
This one.
It's so
cute.
funny. Huh? Did you say 6? It's 8 minutes. Yeah, it's 8 minutes.
Oh.
What'd you get, baby? A 94? What was this? Good job, son. Because that's one of the subjects that you were not passionate about.
Come on.
Huh? And math.
I like science and English.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
I know you do. I know you do.
Come on.
Hey, I'm so proud of you. Yeah, you did a great job. Thank you so much. Wow.
Tim, what's your favorite ice cream in Miami?
I don't know. So there is this gelato place up the street from me.
Okay.
That has like the most authentic pistachio ice cream like the Italians make it. There's a pistachio paste. If that paste isn't there, it ain't real pistachio ice cream.
Yeah.
So they use this paste to make it, and it's quite
Hey,
lovely.
fancy.
I'm bougie. Because when you wind up traveling,
Oh, yeah.
you're gonna wind up a foodie.
Oh yeah,
And it's either gonna be like a bougie foodie or like a junk foodie.
yeah. Oh right.
You know what I
right,
mean? You're
right.
gonna be a Burger King,
Yeah, just
McDonald's
whatever's
person,
there.
whatever's there. Or you're gonna be like, so there's Wagyu beef here. Pinky up, like I've eaten on a stone plate. This isn't quite Yeezy yet. None of this seems to be quite Yeezy yet. I don't know if you all understand the way I've been cultured,
Too
but
many preservatives.
yeah. So I want to go back to that.
Yeah.
I will go back to that, and I'm not trying to delay
We're
this.
good.
I'm literally that preservative things because the analogy I had. Well, the what popped up in my head is an In-N-Out order of fries
Yeah.
versus McDonald's. McDonald's, there's somewhere between 25 and 40 ingredients.
Really? Wow.
You can pull it up, Google it. There's between like
That's
25 to
crazy.
40 ingredients
Wow.
in the McDonald's French fry.
Wow.
Imagine that, a fry,
Yeah.
a potato.
Crazy.
It has a beef bath. It goes through like a whole. Yeah, like they spray beef juice on it. Oh my God. Saying it just makes me. Oh. Are you pulling it up, Hector? Do you see how many ingredients?
There is 19 ingredients,
Oh, okay.
and there's so many different things that they base everything on. But canola oil, corn oil, soybean oil, hydrogenated soybean oil, natural beef flavor, wheat and milk derivatives, a bunch of other stuff.
Stuff that's not even English anymore. Preservatives.
In and out, you can watch the potato. It just falls into oil.
I just don't think In-N-Out is a good comparison though, because I don't think their fries are good.
Understood? I'm just going for
If we
ingredients.
go Five Guys,
Okay.
they got the ingredients in the display, like the potatoes and the peanuts.
Yeah.
Peanut oil and
s-
potatoes.
And some salt.
Yeah,
And some salt.
and they cut it
Yep.
right there.
Yep.
And it tastes really good.
No,
Like,
there's
it
a
is-
difference.
Like that's easy to me.
Yeah, yeah. Five Guys has Yeezy fries. We got it. Yeah, I feel like. Well, I'm a Southern California native.
Okay,
so
yeah,
In and Out.
I got you. Yeah, I'm like,
In and Out is Yeezy.
It's like-
when it comes to fries.
to me, it's like soul food versus fast food.
Agreed.
Fast food, you get it fast, but it's not good for you.
No, it's
but
not.
it stimulates whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
But
It'll
then
keep you alive.
Yeah, but if you had the choice between fast food and like a salad, like collard green, like kale salad,
Yeah, for sure.
you would most likely pick the Big Mac.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
But if you had the choice between the Big Mac and Mana's Soul Fruit from Harlem,
Yeah,
it's the same greens,
Right.
But it's just went through a process.
that's exactly right.
It's the same like quality turkey,
Right.
And all the stuff.
Yep,
You would pick that
yep,
because it's good for you
yep.
and it tastes really good.
It tastes really good.
And like to me, that's my goal as an artist is to create soul food that you find pleasure in picking to listen to my music. You know what I mean? It's like the more pleasurable thing than like the fast food music. And it has the substance, the substance of the word, the substance of the, you know what I mean? The power. So it's like you can just pleasurably consume.
Oh, that's how I listen to your music. That is a beautiful, beautifully structured sentence. It is pleasurably consumed. It really is.
Yes.
No, oh my goodness.
I don't want people feeling like, okay, time to listen to the wholesome music.
Right.
You know?
Well, somebody that has chosen that type of diet victory, that's not the way they approach their eating.
Right.
Well, I'm eating healthy again.
Exactly.
Guess I'm gonna have this kale salad.
Yeah.
I really wanted them donuts and that hot dog. But I guess I'll have this kale salad
Right.
with slivered almonds and cranberries. Guess I'll stay alive for an additional 17 years and not pound my heart with cholesterol.
Like
Oh
at
my
the
goodness.
end of the day, it doesn't matter how good it is for you. If
Yeah.
it doesn't hit your sensations as good,
Yeah,
I don't think it's sustainable.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
And like we need at the amount of like consuming that we need in order to really be aligned with God, like we need to be consuming him
yeah,
at the same level that we consume social media. Like that's a lot of consumption daily.
that's absolutely correct.
So, but the thing about social media is that you crave it.
Right.
We need to create as that's the beauty about creativity.
Yep. Yep.
Is that you can invent and create things that are just beautiful, or like it's like I believe that's why God really partnered with artists in
Yeah.
the Bible.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
To make it the most
right.
elaborate temple, the
That's
most
right. That's right.
like decked out priests.
Yeah.
Like the priests
Yes.
were the most
Yes.
decked out.
They
from
were.
head to toe.
They were.
Like
They absolutely were.
like everything was
Meticulous.
meticulous.
Meticulous. That's right. That's right. Yeah.
and the visual representation of God.
Yes. It was glorious.
glorious.
It was glorious.
And the sound.
Yeah.
And this,
Yeah. The finest instrumentation. Right? Asaph
Yes.
and all the singers and yeah,
Exactly.
absolutely. The musicians.
Bezalel.
Yeah, yeah.
The finest artisan.
That's his nickname.
Oh man.
I referred to Hector as Bezalel.
That's what's up.
And I referred to Sam as Aholiab.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Genesis 35.
That's it.
Bezalel and Aholiab.
That's it.
Oh yeah, girl, you in that book for real.
Oh, we got to be out here.
Yeah. You don't cruise around
Oh no.
a couple of books. You've been walking through that thing.
Oh no, we
ain't
have
nobody
to.
ain't nobody said Bezalel before. I don't know if anybody under 30 knows who Bezalel is. If they ain't in Bible college, you are.
Oh no.
That's awesome.
Well, you have to understand the industry that I exist in. You really have to know what you believe.
That's right.
Otherwise,
Oh, you gonna get ate up.
there's no point.
Absolutely correct.
I mean, first of all, only what is real stands.
That's
in
right.
that space.
That's
like
right.
what you're willing to die for.
Yeah,
you know,
for
what
sure.
you're really willing to put your whole reputation on the line
Yep.
for.
Yep.
Like, and also you see your counterparts. They get up there on these stages, and the rituals they go through, and the things they like, the depths of the spiritual preparation, and then God's people are over here like,
Willy nilly. Like I ain't had devotion since April.
because it's a religion.
That's right.
It's not like a deep,
yeah.
potent form of spirituality
Right.
that your whole career, that your whole art form is contingent upon.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You look
yeah,
at
yeah.
some of these other artists, their spirituality is, there's so much witchcraft
That's
in
right.
Hollywood.
Oh, yeah, for
and
sure.
and in the music industry.
That's right.
They get up there and it's these artistic expressions of spirituality.
Yeah.
With the goats.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
the-
for sure. Absolutely.
And the upside down pentagrams and all that. It's like, it's really deep.
Yeah.
And they're not afraid of being too deep,
At all. At all.
so that they can have power
Right.
behind their art.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah.
It's dark power.
Yeah, it is.
It's like, I am determined in my lifetime to demonstrate the gospel in power
Yeah, it's good.
through art.
Yeah, it's great.
You know what I mean?
Yes, I
and,
do.
And there's a lot of demonstrations of gospel music as
Yeah.
a genre.
Yeah, as a genre. Yeah. But light in darkness.
Exactly.
Light in
The
darkness.
resurrection.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is by far more powerful than all
It is.
darkness, which is why dark cannot coexist when glory is on the scene.
That's exactly right.
It's like, that's how much I believe in the power of Jesus.
Yes. Yes.
You know what I mean? And like, to the point where I walked away from so much because I'm betting that I don't even need all that if I really got this.
I bet you don't. I bet you don't. Oh, for
like
sure.
if I get this on lock, it's gonna obliterate every form of influence I could ever try to make.
Absolutely.
Like, let the influence of Jesus himself be my portion.
Yes. Yes.
If like the glory of who he is, and I just in Yeezy fashion just let him be him and place him and as little as untouched by me as possible.
Yeah.
But he's God.
Yeah, the less ingredients, the better.
But his problem is when you are great and you know a lot of things and you can do a lot of things,
you can get in the way.
You can get in the way.
Absolutely.
You can spend years fashioning your greatness and doing and betting and bet on yourself and all this, but understand the privilege it is to be a vessel of the Most High. Everybody else in the world that don't have God, they have to do it according to their greatness, according to what hard they work, and how smart they are.
That's right.
And it's like our advantage is in the fact of how big and great God is,
right? And how little He needs from us. Just throw your
look
rock.
at Paul.
Yeah,
he had every reason. Every reason to just build a life around His goodness and greatness.
Right.
But he became small so that he can become a vessel of the infinite power.
Yeah.
And I believe in that infinite power.
Yeah.
I just do. It's not a religion. It's a person.
Yes, it's a person. And his name is Jesus. It is a person.
Thank you, Lord.
Lord, may the person of Jesus be the preeminent centerpiece of everything we do. We don't need beef flavoring. We don't need milk derivatives, potatoes, oil, and salt. May we be the salt that flavors everything you want done. And let none of it be for our credit, but all for your glory. In Jesus' name. Amen.
That's
Victory.
profound. Potatoes, oil. Gotta
Salt.
have the oil.
Gotta have oil, or you ain't got no fries.
And then the salt.
And then you need salt. And may we be the salt.
Yes.
May the oil be the Holy Spirit.
Yes.
And may the potato be
the body of Jesus.
The body of Jesus Christ. We done preached the whole sermon. We're officially over 4 hours. We have hit records. Hey, and I want to say this. This is the reason why we do long format. Because when we talk about people consuming, I would rather somebody listen to a 4-hour pod over 3 days or 4 days. And it's something that's building them up on the inside.
Right.
Than to be watching YouTube videos for 4 hours. And it's hot garbage. Right? Mindless, numbing content that's not even giving you any life.
Right.
So press B, dwellers, promoters, Cash App, PayPal, all of y'all, this pod right here. May the Lord watch between me and thee while we are absent one from another. In Jesus' name. Amen. Bye.
We just thought to take a little time out to thank the Lord.